So good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to see you in real life, but we're not alone. We have another crowd of 200 people joining us online, so also a warm welcome to those people, even though they won't be able to benefit from the good coffee, the snacks, and the lunch later on. We're still in code red here in Belgium, which means we have to respect a number of restrictions. Tomorrow will be code orange, but that won't help us today. But I'll be coming back to that later on in terms of practical arrangements. So this is the final conference of the MORE project. I'm Karen Vancluysen. I'm the Secretary General of POLIS, a European network of cities and regions working together on sustainable urban mobility and innovation. And we were one of the partners in the project, and it's our pleasure to welcome you here in our hometown in Brussels. So what is the MORE project all about? The title says it. It's Better Streets for Better Cities, and this is really important. So the website is roadspace.eu, and that's what we will be talking about. This is what we want less of in our cities, and what we want more of is images like this, and this. How do we get there? The thing is, road space is an extremely scarce and therefore very valuable resource for cities. The good news, however, is that cities are in charge of that road space as well. So by reallocating space, by respacing city streets, they can also really decide which modes they want to prioritize. And that's exactly also what the MORE project has been looking into. How can we build in certain processes and tools to better address the needs of urban street space, but also the conflicting needs of urban street space. It's not always easy to reconcile all the different functions that have been allocated or are being allocated to our streets, not to mention the conflicts between the different modes, all asking for their share of that road space. Instrumental and also important in the MORE project is stakeholder involvement in that respect. We've also been exploring how we can more flexibly and more dynamically make use of that space and maybe allocate different functions throughout the day. And finally, we've been looking into the role of urban nodes in the trans-European transport network and the different responsibilities that this brings along. So in this morning session, we will be telling you more about the MORE project, so I won't be going into further detail. And just a quick overview of what the project partnership looks like. We had 5 European cities that have been involved as case studies and looking at their role in the trans-European transport network and the different roles of their streets in that respect. And then you see we had a number of research partners and also a wide representation of user groups through a number of European networks, as well as some consultants that also joined the project. So a very rich and complementary partnership that has generated very interesting insights and results as well. Now, without any further ado, let me also tell you a bit more about what we will be listening to in this morning session. We will start with an opening session from Matthew Baldwin. I'll be coming back to that in a second. And we are very, very happy to have a keynote speech from Pascal Smet, who is the Secretary of State of the Brussels Capital Region and is in charge of urbanism. And he perfectly fits the scope of today's conference. Then we'll be moving on to presentations, as I mentioned, that really dive more deeply into what the MORE project has been doing in its different dimensions. And then in the afternoon, we'll continue also with what the cities have been doing. So if you, the people online, would like to ask questions, you're very welcome to do so by making use of Slido and using the code that you see on the slide right now. So, and then my colleagues will make sure that your questions make it to me as well and to the speakers. If we have time, we're on a tight schedule, so we'll have to make sure as well that all the speakers stick to the allocated time slots. Coming back to the housekeeping and safety measures, please keep on your face masks at all times, not when you're eating or drinking, obviously. But we will have to sit down during the lunch break. This is a rule that is changing tomorrow, but today, unfortunately, we still have to stick to that requirement. Okay, let me now, without any further ado, welcome the first speaker of the morning session, and that is Matthew Baldwin, a dear friend of sustainable urban mobility. He's Deputy Director General at DG Move, but also European Coordinator for Road Safety and Sustainable Mobility and Mission Manager of Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission. So a very long title with many roles, Matthew, but all very relevant for the topics that are on today's agenda. Matthew will be touching upon in his welcome speech on the European Green Deal, the recently launched Urban Mobility Framework, and obviously the mission that he is currently managing. Over to you, Matthew.
Thank you very much indeed, Karen. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see so many friends and colleagues in real faces, not just behind cameras. And greetings to everyone online, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. It's wonderful to be with you today to talk about more, which in marketing terms is a pretty good title for any project. I don't think there's been a Horizon Europe project entitled less, and I would not be in favor if it was. As you said, Karen, I want to talk a bit about the broader context in a moment. What I really like about this project is the focus on space, how we use it in cities, how this limited, how this scarce space allocated to mobility is quintessentially shared and needs to be prioritized. We in the Commission have been working a lot and talking a lot about external costs, how we need to quote-unquote, internalize the external costs of our mobility in our horrific jargon. The air and noise pollution, the congestion, the terrible costs of road crashes, which is very telling in terms of numbers, 800 billion to 1 trillion of euros annually of external costs. But if we look at this whole equation differently in terms of space, how it's shared, as the wonderful Philippe Christ at OECD has been urging us to do for some time, is an excellent complement to the cost and benefit analysis from a city perspective. Space on our roads is public space. Space that can and frankly should be adapted to accommodate its safe use by all road users. That space is not inherently free in either sense of the word, for the driving of cars or for the parking of cars. And if you ask any city official, maybe we should ask Pascal, what the hardest issue they face, they'll often say it is access restrictions in favor of buses or pedestrians or cyclists, closely followed by parking or parking fees. And it's the sense that too many people still have, in my opinion, that there is an inherent right to drive or park your car on public space, and that's still out there, bubbling away, and that lies behind these difficulties. And it's not a coincidence that cities across Europe have found it very hard, for example, to raise the level of annual parking fees to anything close to the real costs of that of action. So this MORE project is also great because it brings, if you like, the mobility experts and the planning guys into the same room, into the same analysis, if you like, which I gather has not always been the case. And last but not least, you're catching the COVID, or indeed post-COVID wave, hopefully, where everyone, and not just the transport nerds amongst us, have become so much more conscious about the role of space in our cities, from just how big cars have got, to the reallocation of parking spaces to enable people to line up outside shops, or to enable them to eat more safely outside in Brussels' famously good weather, which, as we know, is perfect for al fresco dining. To the broader European context, which is what you asked me to talk about, Karen. A very rapid tour, I promise. I am sort of confident that this room will have heard just a little bit about the European Green Deal as part of this minor existential battle we face against climate change in which we're all engaged, the need to be climate neutral as a continent, I'm obsessed with cities, as a continent by 2050, as part of that to cut our greenhouse gas emissions from transport by 90%, our emissions overall by 55% by 2030. The Commission's Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy of 2020 sets out the big themes behind that, namely how all modes have to be sustainable, but in the short term, we have to ensure that sustainable alternatives to highly polluting modes exist and that they're properly incentivized. This covers the whole waterfront of transport, of course, the need to put a greater priority on rail transport, ensuring that we've got a strong infrastructure for alternative fuels for road vehicles, prioritizing investment in green modes. But at the same time, and this is every bit as important in our towns and cities as elsewhere in the transport system, the Commission stresses how important mobility is for our economy, for our single market, for our daily life and our well-being. So if you flip those arguments around, the success of the European Green Deal, in mobility terms, in transport, depends on our ability to make the system as a whole sustainable, in the largest sense of that word. Now, as many of you will also know, the EU has been reticent, probably rightly so, about delving too much into what are the responsibilities of national, regional, and local authorities. Subsidiarity still reigns. We are not going to tell cities, Pascal, what to do, I promise. That said, I think there is much more recognition of what the EU role can or should be, given the cross-border implications of much of this, the network effects of the first and last mile of transport and of course, passenger and freight, the broader understanding of how cities play a vital role in our overall mobility, and last but not least, the role that the EU can play in stimulating things like multimodal transformation through EU rules, for example, on multimodal travel information services. So to back all that up, in December came our green and efficient mobility package. Do we know how to market or what? Green and efficient, who could be against that? Including some very strong new ideas for the TEN-T network, the trans-European networks, and in particular to develop the concept of urban nodes in a powerful way, linking them to sustainable urban mobility plans, linking them to sustainable urban mobility indicators, data, data, data. And I'm sure many of you will have had a good look at the new urban mobility framework as part of that, the OOMF, as I insist on calling it, which talks for the first time about the need in our member states, in our regions, in our cities to prioritize the needs of active mobility, such as walking and cycling, such as public transport, such as shared mobility, to reduce this dependence on private cars. And again, back to external costs, this can be for road safety, this can be for congestion, it can be for general public health concerns, it can be because we're worried about pollution or climate change. But as a result, it translates into specific needs. We want more public transport, but we want cleaner public transport. Our public consultation, by the way, showed a very strong overall support on the need for safer, more accessible walking and cycling infrastructures, safe and separated from car traffic, protecting these vulnerable but valuable road users, and of course supporting the short distance city concept. And on that, our staff working document, which you haven't seen, it's a big block of paper, but it's a rich mine of detail, also pinpoints the importance of spatial transformation in cities, all the way from allocating space to sustainable modes, to the 15-minute, or now I hear the 10-minute city, the idea of superblocks, low traffic neighborhoods, the city pizza slice concept. It always seems to come down to food in the end in cities, but that's okay. So that's the broader mobility context, the backdrop, which I think shows how important projects like MORE are to what we're trying to achieve at the EU level. I have a distinct feeling that Pascal Smet is going to tell us that things like MORE are also central to what Brussels is trying to achieve. And I could not pass without saying that those of us who live here really appreciate, Pascal, what you and Elke and the colleagues are doing and have done to make Brussels a more livable and lovable city. Which brings me to my final point, or back to the first point, if you like. Cities are fundamentally in the front line of action against climate change. We need cities to deliver across the board, not just in mobility, on energy, distribution, efficiency, on buildings renovation, on waste management, if we are going to win this battle. Which is why I am very proud to be managing this new mission to have 100 climate neutral cities in place by 2030. We've just closed our call for expression of interest, and we've been almost literally blown away by more than 350 expressions of interest for cities from every one of our member states, including the region of Brussels. And we now have the Herculean challenge of choosing a diverse group of cities to tackle this enormous but vital task. And I have to be pretty careful in what I say now about Brussels, but I was, of course, very pleased as a resident to see that the region of Brussels has come forward. Watch this space. We will announce the cities in April. Final point. All of this, I think, links up. First, the most basic street planning and design transformation, whether it's to tackle climate change, reduce air and noise pollution, reduce road deaths, or indeed simply to more fairly allocate space on our publicly owned infrastructure, it all takes us in the same direction, exactly as Karen was saying. It doesn't matter so much what your specific focus is, in terms of delivering these co-benefits, as I like to call them, or we're reducing our external costs, maximizing the best use of public space, it goes in the same direction. Second, the process by which you build stakeholder engagement in projects like MORE and turning that engagement into decisions that stick, sustainable decisions, is for me the key to unlocking the door, not just to climate neutral cities, but happy and healthy and functioning cities, based on the recognition and the reconciliation of all user needs and expectations. And thirdly, and really finally, Karen, please don't forget the implications of your work for the global negotiations on things like climate change. These negotiations are pretty weird to me. They're being done around a global problem. They're being tackled between member states in our Westphalian system, but it's being implemented. It's going to have to be implemented in cities. And that's why in Glasgow, it was so important that sustainable urban mobility activists from all parts of your coalition, including you, Karen, so successfully fought to ensure that the Glasgow Declaration at COP26 was not just about the promotion of electric vehicles, which are of course a necessary but far from sufficient tool in delivering sustainable mobility, and of course, particularly in that context in cities. Please continue this work. There is another COP this year, and maybe we could go a little bit further. In the meantime, what Moore has put on the table in terms of its key recommendations for policy and process is, in my view, an essential building block to the work we face in the Commission and beyond. So I'd like to just close by saying thank you very much for this great work, and I look forward to hearing more of the details this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for setting the scene and for your ongoing support to a great cause, let's say. And talking about a great cause, we are in Brussels here, which still has a reputation of being a car-oriented city, but us living and working in Brussels, we have seen that something has been changing over the past years. And one of the main driving forces behind this change is definitely Pascal Smet, who is currently Secretary of State in charge of urban space, and before that was also the Minister for Mobility. And we've been working with him for many years, and he will be talking about how he is gradually transforming the streets of Brussels into streets for people instead of cars. Pascal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Karen. I'm just going to be a remark. I'm going to do my speech and then I'm going to run away. Not that I don't want to listen what you want to say, but we have actually now a government meeting and there are some issues on where I have to be absolutely. I left the meeting to come here and I will immediately go back afterwards. So excuse me for that. I know it's not that polite, but unfortunately it's our life. You know, as Karen has said, many of you who came in the past in Brussels will remember, and maybe somehow in some quarters of the city, see Brussels as a city for cars. For the ones who know a little bit Brussels, this is right in the center of Brussels. Le Vieux Marché aux Grains, a couple of years ago, it was like this, and today it is like that. And that's, of course, the transformation from a city for cars to a city for people that we have now been doing the last 10 years. This is La Bourse. It's right in the heart of the city. You probably have seen that building. If not, you will do it tonight when you're going to what's the most beautiful square in the world. The Grand Place is just next to it. And it used to be like that, 4 lanes, 2 in every direction. Then it became 1 lane and a kind of a marked cycling lane. And today it is like this. It's only pedestrians, only cyclists, and no longer cars. At the time when we did it, everybody declared us crazy. It was going to stop everything, but it worked pretty well out. So we made the last years in Brussels a transformation from a city for cars to a city for people. And I will give you some facts, what we have done, why we have done, and particularly how we have done it. You know, Brussels, it's still today, Brussels a little bit like that in the Rue de la Loi. We are a capital city, we are the capital of many, many, many things, as you know, from Belgium, the Flemish community, the NATO, European Union, but we're definitely not yet the capital of cycling. It will come one day. We have 1.2 million inhabitants, but every day we will have something like 300, 400,000 people coming into the city. It was, of course, before COVID times. They will come back. We have 162 square kilometers. We have 7,500 inhabitants per square kilometer, pretty dense. And some neighborhoods, it goes up till 22,000 inhabitants per square kilometer. 1 out of 2 households, and that's a very important figure in Brussels, has no car. And in some areas, it's only 1 out of 4 that will have a car. And that people tend to forget, but it's like that. As I said, we are a commuter city. You know, Belgium is a small country, so many people can live in Flanders, in Wallonia. It's very close. The airport is 10 kilometers from here. It's in Flanders. So people will commute a lot, and half of them will do that by car. So most of them don't use the train or the bicycle. bicycle, although we are working now on bicycle lanes that connect the Flemish and the French-speaking region to Brussels. The metropolitan area, the real metropolitan area of the Brussels capital region, if you want, it's not institutionally like that, but economically like that, is 2.4 million inhabitants. So we are now transforming our city into a city for people. Once again, you will see the central boulevards. It used to be 2 lanes in every direction. Just figure out, no longer cars, a lot of people, the shops go, there's a lot of investment now going on of the real estate sector because it works. But you have to dare, and I will come back on that. What did we do in Brussels? First of all, we made car-free squares. I don't know if you remember this place, some of you who might know Brussels. It's a place where Europeans, Eurocrats, visitors like a lot. It's La Place Flagey. It's right at the crossroads in Brussels in some area where you have rich and poor, immigrants, non-immigrants coming together. And it used to be like that. Today, it is like that. So it's a car-free square. And we started with car-free squares because we wanted to give the message to people, it can be different, you know. You can meet each other on a square, and everybody likes a square when the square is there. Of course, the process of getting there is something else, but once it's there, and of course you will see some water too, it always works very well, and that's maybe the benefit of climate change. It's getting a little bit warmer, so we can use that a little bit more with kids playing in the thing. The second thing that we have done, of course, we have more squares like that, but I just give one example. Another example I want to give, this is La Petite Ceinture, as we call it, right in the center of the town. It's a kind of ring belt around the old town. We are building separate bike lanes over there. It looks like that. So we took away simply a lane for the cars and we gave it back to pedestrians and cyclists, and everybody is pretty happy about it. And we did it around the old town. Why again? So we wanted people to see that it can work, and it's a connection from other cycling lanes. And so this gives a kind of feeling that it can change. Just to give you a little idea, 18 years ago when I came living in Brussels, people shouted at me at the street, go back to Flanders. We don't bike in Brussels, you know. We don't bike. What are you trying to do? You're changing our DNA. Huh? It's not what we are. And today, people are asking much more for cycling lanes, separated, secured cycling lanes. So if Brussels can change it, everybody can change it. Another thing we are doing is creating new public space. For instance, parks. This is not far away in the center. It used to be a kind of no man's land, and today you see you have a green area. This is an evolutive park, which means we start with not much things, less, a bit less is more. But people, when they use the park, they can say, we want this, we want more trees, we want more this and that. So that will come in the future. Brussels after war, thought it had to be a very modern city. You know, we were going to copy the American model of cities, which of course was a big mistake, but we destroyed neighborhoods, we built flyovers, we made highways in the city, and then we got this kind of infrastructure. And what we want to do now is to limit access to the city. Of course, we remain accessible for the commuters, but no longer with 5 lanes in every direction. So we are reducing the space to that. And what we are also be doing is demolishing flyovers that don't really have a use. This used to be a big, very known flyover, Rijers, in Brussels. It's gone today, and people are happy. Now the definite works will start to make a nice urban boulevard of that. Of course, we have invested a lot in public space, creating more place for people, less for cars. That's the whole idea, not against cars, but less space for cars. The second thing that we have done, and still are doing today, is investing massively in public transport to give an alternative, because that's very important for people, for the narrative. Okay, you don't have the car, but you have something else. Of course, you have the bike, but you have also public transport. And the thing what we have chosen to do is to do new tram lines. Very important, we green the tram lines. That was a big fight with the operator of the public transport, because they don't like the greenery, because they have to maintain it, you know. For them, it's easier to mineralize it, to put asphalt. We said, no, we have to green it, we have to put trees and things like that. It gives a much more urban feeling. So we did a couple of new tram lines. We are building a new subway line, and of course, renovating our subway stations. I don't know if you have the time, but if you have the time, try and go to visit some of our subway stations, because it's kind of an open-air museum. We have lots of art in our subway stations. What we also did is buying and creating new vehicles. And that was a very deliberate choice. You know, public transport in most cities is something very ugly. It's yellow, it's blue, it's fuchsia, all the colors that you would never buy if you buy a car. Unless you're a little bit wacko, huh? You have to think about it. Huh? Why all these years public transport was being done in a very ugly color and very cheap material. So you were giving the message to people, you take public transport, you're cheap, you know. So we said we're going to do it different. We are going to ask a designer, a car designer, to design our subway trains, our tram trains, our buses, and give colors like you can see, black, gray, a lot of wood in there, a lot of indirect lighting, leather seats. People were saying, no, they're getting crazy completely in Brussels. They are going to get leather seats for public transport. But you know something? Vandalism went down like this. People respected it because we respected people. We were giving high quality public transport to the people. You see the indirect lighting, and if you go in a vehicle like that, you think you're going into a car. You're going into something like an airplane, you know, and it's always nicer than using cheap public transport. So that was a very deliberate choice, and this guy at the right is our king. We explained all these things to them, and look how surprised he looks. I don't think he uses it regularly, but anyway. Then the whole thing was, by doing that, is changing the mentality in the city. So people have to get another mindset, because people grew up, as Matthew said, with the whole idea of cars. It's natural, it's a thing, it's a natural thing. But actually, I'm pretty convinced that our kids of grandkids, they will learn in school that the biggest mistake that mankind has ever made was the invention of the private owned car for cities. I'm sure. That will be said and taught in lessons, but we did it. So we have to change the mentality. By changing the mentality, actually, we are going back to the past. If you see this image, for the ones who recognize of you Brussels, this used to be Brussels 150 years ago. It's exactly what we want back. Big places, roads for cyclists, for pedestrians, less for cars. You know, that's the situation today. If you go this, many of these buildings still exist and the park still exists, it will be only cars. And so what we actually are doing, all of us, not only changing our mentality, we are going back to the past. And we are, in some way, restoring a mistake that we have all collectively made. Why are we doing this? It can be very quickly. I think you will all agree with me, it's quality of life. The lesson I learned is never talk about mobility. Because when you come into a room and you start to talk about, you have to leave your car on, people will say, once again, they are maybe changing a little bit now, but for a long period, people were saying, oh, they are back again, it's not for me, it's someone else. But if you start about quality of life, who can be against quality of life? Everybody wants quality of life. And people can figure out, and it's a kind of container thing that people can fill in themselves. So it's something that people will say, yeah, you know, that is a real situation. It used to be a car layer. 3-4 years ago, still cars being parked over there. Now kids are playing, and people say, yeah, that is good. So, second thing, of course, quality, air quality. You know, that's something that people start to understand. Just a little anecdote. How did the people in Brussels understand there was an issue with air quality? There was the Public Broadcasting Corporation. They made a kind of inquiry, and they discovered that kids were peeing pollution. And then all these parents, also the ones who drop their kids in the morning with a very fancy car, BMW, you know, Audi, very expensive, dropping their cars in the morning, but all of a sudden realizing, I'm a part of a problem because my kid is peeing pollution. It's true, huh? So you have to do it in your cities too. Test that and you will see it. So, and that was a big mind change for people. Of course, we do that because we want to restore the core function of a city. Once again, in 2019, this only changed. This only 3 years ago, it was still like this, another square in Brussels, and this became this, a place where people meet. One of the core functions of a city is interaction of human beings. I don't know if you know when two cars meet each other in the morning, how we call that? An accident. You know how two car drivers say hello to each other in the morning? You know how cyclists say hello in the morning? Hi, how are you? I'm saying that it's a completely different way of living the city. You live it as a human being. And this aggressivity is going out. Although I have to admit, more and more in Brussels, some cyclists start to behave like car drivers on a bike. So that's also something that we have to work on. Interaction. How did we do it? I have to go a little bit quicker, I think. The first lesson I learned, never talk about the means. Talk about the objectives. Never talk about, we are going to reduce the cars in the city. Then people will say, yeah. Or we want more space for things. It's all means. But if you talk about air quality, if you talk about quality of life, giving space for kids to play in the streets, people will say, yeah, of course we need that. You know? Who can be against creating space for a kid to play in the street? Think about it. Who can be against it? Who can be against terraces in a city? We had with COVID, huh? You were a little bit joking with Brussels. Huh? It's too cold, too raining, but we have eliminated lots of car space because we allowed the restaurant owners, the cafe owners to make, during COVID time, terraces in the city. We just eliminated thousands of parking space. And nobody was saying, what are they doing now? They're taking away my park space. No, they were saying how they are creating a terrace where we can have a drink even in COVID times, or we can eat in COVID times, even in rainy Brussels. So that's the first big lesson for me. Talk about objectives, not about the means. The mean is just a mean. It's the objective, what it's all about. Second lesson I learned, let people dream, you know. Sometimes politicians, but also architects and other people, they start with explaining to people everything. But you know, if you want to go on holiday and you go to a travel agency, the travel agency is not going to explain to you, you have to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, then you have to take a flight, and maybe the flight will be delayed, and you will lose your luggage, and then maybe you will arrive in the hotel, and maybe there will be a problem with your room, and when you arrive, you say, hey, I'm not going to take that ride. He will show you a picture of blue skies, palm trees, white sand, happy people on a beach, and you will say, I want to be there. And that's exactly what we did the same in Brussels. We showed pictures. This is not a not existing situation yet. It will come in the future. We explained, of course, but we showed things how they could be and will be if we do the change. And then everybody will say, yeah, I want this. I want this to be a part of that. And a little trick, we didn't do it on this picture, but if you let people dream, use always blue skies, and the situation of today always with gray skies. So it makes a big difference of the way people look. Another lesson I learned, actually, this is Schuman Square. I don't know if you know Schuman Square, probably yes. It's where the European institutions are situated, where he is working, where Matthew is working, where the commissioners are there. And this is going more or less a situation. We have delivered the permit for this. So we are going to make the Schuman Square, the front door of the European Commission, basically car-free. There's only one way direction is going to be. It was a big fight, not with this commission. The actual commission is very supportive, but the one before, they were pretty against it because they were afraid they were going to be in a traffic jam for 3 minutes. So we explained to them how it's going to work. But what we learned to do is stay focused. Because when you want to change things, there will be a lot of people who are against, and a lot of people will try to distract you. The whole thing is stay focused. Know where you want to end. Never forget where you want to end. And when you do that, you will put energy. You will get energy of that, and you can explain and continue to convince people. Another thing that I have learned in City Things to Change, listen to those who say nothing. There are a lot of people who agree with you, but because they agree with you, they will don't give comments. They will say, it's a nice thing, you know. The ones who are against things, they will always have a big mouth and shout. And I don't know if you know, but in things, very often, 20% of the people are against things and 80% of the people are in favor, but they won't talk, they won't say anything. So try to listen to those who say nothing and figure out what they think. And maybe you have more support than you ever thought. And then the last one is a little tricky one, but make people happy against their will. Once in a while. I don't have the ambition to be the big dictator of Brussels, I want to reassure you. But politicians have a bad habit nowadays. They are elected to lead. They are elected to have a vision. They are elected to convince people to follow that vision. Only today, a bit too much politicians will run behind opinion polls, will behind the ones who shout, and don't dare to take positions. But if you're convinced of an idea, like the tram line I showed you, 85% of the people were against the tram line. 85. It's only at the end of the process, when the tram line was there, when it was running, and when the king came to open it, the people say, yeah, it's good. And 1 week later, when this tram line opened, we had to increase the frequency of the trams because there were too many people in it. And 1 month later, the ones who were against it were saying, oh, what a good idea I had to ask for this tram line. That's people too, you know? So what we did with the tram line is we made people happy against their will. We were convinced that it was going to work. But if we were wrong, we are living in a democracy, the sanction is very clear. People don't vote for you. That's the essence of democracy. You do things, you need to get time to do things, and what I want to say with this phrase is not to be a dictator, of course, but dare to go for what you believe, lead, and deliver. Because it's always delivering that will make people convince. Pictures not. It's you have to deliver what you have showed them. So by doing this all, we are now, together with my colleagues, transforming Brussels into another city. And you know, Brussels is much more than you think. For the ones who don't know it, it's a very livable city. It's a very high quality of life. It's a very international city without a dominant culture of minorities. And nowadays, we are getting like any other city that takes itself serious, a city for people, and no longer a city for cars. So thank you very much. Good luck with all the work you're doing. And as Matthew has said, keep doing the good work because we're all in this thing for better city life. And who talks about better city life is talking about happy people. And when you talk about happy people, you're talking again about better life. Thank you very much and good luck today.
Pascal, great speech and very inspiring, and thank you for making us dream. We'll let you go back to your government meeting. Much appreciated that you made the time to be with us today. And I think this is a very inspirational scene setter for today. So let's now dive into what More has been doing and how More is trying to make what Pascal has just told us more of a reality. The first presentation will actually look into how city streets are facing different challenges indeed, and how More has been trying to address those challenges. And the presentation will be given by Paulo, and he's a researcher at the University College in London, and he's been leading the development of the option generation and appraisal tools in the project. And he will talk about the key challenges indeed, as I mentioned, that our streets are facing. So over to you, Paulo.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm going to take off my mask. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone in the room and those online. So I'm going to talk about challenge, but also about some opportunities. And I'm going to say what More has done to face this challenge and to use these opportunities. So the starting point of this project was the realization that city streets have a variety of uses. And some of them are recognized. City streets are used for movement by people walking, cycling, or using a variety of modes of motorized transport. City streets are also used for the movement of goods, also by a variety of modes. But city streets are also used as places, and we call this the place function of streets. So things that are not, or people are not moving. And this includes parking of vehicles, loading of goods, vehicles picking up or dropping off passengers, also people waiting for buses and taxis, and also for outdoor activities. And this includes window shopping, people strolling, socializing, or just sitting. And this is a good example of a street used for place activities, but also with some movement occurring. So all these different functions of the streets happen in the same space. And this creates a problem. I think this is black. Okay. So the problem is we have a variety of different demands for space, but limited space. And this creates conflicts. And this means that some users are using space that has not been allocated to them. And this creates disruption to other users. It creates congestion, also possibly safety risks. So we have these conflicts, and some of them are very well known. We have these traditional conflicts like cars park on pedestrian space, shopfront displays, but also we have new conflicts because we have new forms of mobility. We have forms of share vehicles, we have micromobility vehicles, so this is creating new types of conflicts, and this is creating more pressure over limited space. The problem becomes more complicated when we think that there are also wider aspects related with road space allocation. So it's not only satisfying the needs for movement and for place. There's wider aspects, and some of these aspects are economic. And we know there's plenty of evidence that if we increase the accessibility of customers and freight vehicles to stores, if we provide good infrastructure for pedestrians, we provide good quality places, green areas, this can promote the local economy, and this can counter the tendency that we are seeing for the decline of physical stores in high streets and other commercial streets. And there are also social aspects. So we also know, and in the previous presentation we saw some examples, that if we achieve a more sustainable modal split, and this means fewer private cars and more active modes like walking, cycling, and public transport, and if we provide more good quality places and green areas, this can have a lot of social benefits in terms of more social interaction, social cohesion, personal security from crime if there's more people using the streets, a reduction of community severance and the barrier effect of roads, more physical activity, less stress, and also an increase in safety. So we can have all these social benefits by reallocating space away from cars and towards pedestrians. And there's also environmental aspects. So if we have the same kinds of policies that achieve a more sustainable modal split, we can reduce some of the environmental problems that we are facing now in our city streets. And this means less noise, less air pollution, a better visual environment, less soil and water pollution, a better local climate, less energy consumption, and also less CO2 emissions. So we have benefits at the local level, at the city level, but also at the global level, just by changing the road space allocation. The problem becomes even more complicated because this is not only a technical issue. So we can deal with contested road and street space using technical solutions, and we know plenty of solutions that have been designed to optimize movement, for example. Examples include adaptive traffic signals, self-healing materials, some solutions to allocate space dynamically. So these solutions can improve movement, but dealing with contested space is also a political issue. And this is for three reasons. One of them is solving conflicts requires a lot of dialogue because there's a lot of stakeholders involved in the problem, and we need to dialogue with all these stakeholders, local residents, local workers, users of all modes of transport, for example. The second reason is because the responsibility for solving these conflicts is fragmented across many different planning and delivery agencies, so more dialogue is needed to bring all these agencies together. And then the third reason is because many of these technical solutions imply the collection of information about street use, and some people are concerned about privacy and data issues. And maybe we can have some resistance to these technical solutions that rely on capturing more and more information about street use. Dealing with street space also depends on the priorities of policymakers, and the first two presentations show that these priorities have been changing over the years. And we can see that in many European cities, the political priorities have changed in the last 50 or 60 years, and we can identify three stages. With the first stage being the car-oriented city. This was at the time, 50 or 60 years ago, when car use was increasing, car ownership was increasing, so the political priority was to improve car mobility. And we have typical interventions like new roads, new car parking areas, and also the segregation of modes, but giving priority to motorized modes. And then after some years, we started to see a change, not only in people's behavior, but also in political priorities. So we started to see in many European cities that car use started to level out, and then the political priorities also changed, with more priority being given to public transport and to walking and cycling. And interventions include improving public transport, walking, and cycling infrastructure. Most cities in Europe now are at the third stage, where car use and car ownership is actually starting to decline. So the political priorities are also changing towards more higher priority to place making, creating new green areas, new parks, new places where people can relax and just enjoy outdoor life if weather allows. And interventions include improving the quality of streets, more green areas, including public spaces. So we are starting to see this in many European cities and also in other parts of the world. So a change in travel behavior, but also a change in political priorities. And then came COVID, and a lot of things have changed, but COVID has accelerated some trends that we were watching in our cities for the last 10 or 20 years. And these trends include a shift of activities like shopping, working, from the physical to the online world. We were seeing that before COVID, we saw during the crisis, and we are seeing now. A second trend was the use of active modes and the use of green areas as an health-promoting activity. So people are more concerned about their physical and mental health, and they're starting to walk more and to use green areas. So there was a change in mentalities of the public as well. And there was a change in political priorities. We saw there was a priority to active modes and place activities, and this continued during the COVID crisis and is still going on. And the interesting thing is that some of the measures that have been applied during the height of the crisis were to give more priority to new modes of transport, to place activities. And we saw that some or most of these measures were very successful. And maybe this can pave the way for further similar measures in the future. And some of the temporary measures that we saw in our cities, like new outdoor areas, new spaces for cafes, they were supposed to be temporary, but now they became permanent because people enjoy using them and people saw the value in using them. So what MOR has been doing about this to solve this challenge, we will see more details about this during the rest of the day and during the next week online workshops. So MOR considers all street uses, not only movement, but also place activities. We also try to improve the modeling of the conflicts, the interactions between street users, especially the interactions between vehicles and pedestrians, and also the parking activities. MOR considers, and where possible, it measures or even monetizes the wider aspects, the wider economic, social, and environmental aspects of street space allocation. We also explore new technical solutions. We integrate the stakeholder engagement in the allocation process from the start. We also make the political priorities explicit. So they are always implicit, but we make them explicit in some of the tools that we have developed. So more details on this during the rest of the day and then on next week workshops. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Paulo. We have 6 seconds left, so perfect timing. Are there any questions for Paulo? Not right now. Of course, many of the things that he touched upon will be further addressed in the following presentation. So if any further questions come up later on, don't hesitate to raise your hand. We might not be used to it anymore, you know, to speak up in public, but don't be shy. So you'll definitely have more opportunities later on. So let's move for now to the next presentation, which is actually on a very topical issue and is something that was also brought forward as the project was progressing, because it's so important also in view of what Matthew presented in terms of the Green Deal objectives and in terms of the Climate Neutral Cities mission, and that is the carbon footprint of what is happening in our streets. And this is something that Ellen Hill has been looking into within the context of the MOR project, so she will be telling us more about the work they have done and the results they have come up with. Ellen is an associate at Vectos, and she's joining us remotely. Ellen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I will be talking about embodied carbon in the streetscape, which considers if we need to factor in the elements that form the streetscape before thinking about surface level carbon emissions. This thought piece is a starting point to demonstrate how the embodied or capital carbon emissions can be derived for individual elements of the streetscape to illustrate how carbon savings can be made at this level. These values have been applied to a virtual typical existing street as well as a virtual future street, both 1 kilometre in length, and the full reports will be made available on the MOR website. So the units I refer to briefly are carbon dioxide equivalents, embodied or capital carbon, and operational carbon. Next slide, please. So the typical street is defined here as a streetscape comprising elements usually found on the majority of urban streets today. This is deliberately conservative at the moment so as to more clearly understand the overall change in carbon use from the situation now and in the future. Next slide, please. The individual components of the streetscape are identified here, and I'll discuss just a few of these now with regards to their capital carbon impacts. Next slide. Looking first at road surface and considering asphalt, which is the most popular surfacing material in the UK, the capital carbon is formed of 44% aggregate and binder and 56% through the heating and mixing processes. Total, it's estimated that a tonne of new asphalt emits approximately 50 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents. And applying this to the typical street results in about 16.5 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents. Next slide. So internal combustion engine or petrol and diesel cars are considered here to make up all of the fleet on the typical street. The capital carbon values of a car include the materials, manufacture, and transport costs. As the size and power of cars varies widely, so do the embodied carbon values. Taking a medium-sized car, for example, is calculated to generate about 5.6 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents before it drives its first mile. For the typical street, the maximum capacity of an urban road has been used to understand how many cars could use this link in an hour. Using this figure, the capital carbon impact of petrol and diesel cars on the typical street is 8,400 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents in an hour. However, over its operational lifetime, this medium-sized car is estimated to generate a further 27 tonnes of CO2e. Next slide. So the carbon footprint of a cycle hire scheme on the streetscape relates to the materials, production, maintenance, and rebalancing of bikes. The capital carbon value of a single bike is reported to be around 65 kilograms of CO2e. Assuming 10 bikes stopped on the typical street, this is 650 kilograms of CO2e. The operational footprint of a push bike is almost neutral, but fuel for the rider and heat produced is a consideration. The total operational carbon footprint is therefore estimated to be approximately 2 tonnes of CO2e over 5 years. Next slide. So LED bulbs, looking at street lighting, are already replacing incandescent bulbs in many places, with 55% of all bulbs now used in the UK being LED. The capital carbon impact of an LED bulb is on average 5.3 kilograms of CO2e. However, this does not include the lighting column or other elements such as maintenance. Based on 30-metre spacing, the impact on the typical street is therefore 175 kilograms of CO2e. Next slide, please. So here is a summary of the indicative values derived for each streetscape element where data was available, as well as an indication of the levels of operational carbon over a 10-year period. This demonstrates a total capital carbon value in the order of 8,700 tonnes when looking at the typical street as a whole, and about 3.5 billion tonnes of carbon over a 10-year operational period. So moving on with the next slide to the future street. This is a streetscape that improves upon the typical street using interventions that are either available and happening now or rapidly gaining traction. So it's very much a realistic scenario. Next slide, please. All of the typical street elements are retained and new street components have been added, including electric vehicle charging points, trees, and drones. And I'll just discuss just a few of these now. Next slide, please. So looking again at asphalt for road surface, the material itself is fully recyclable, which can cut 44% of carbon emissions overlaying a new road using new materials. This means the embodied carbon value is around 28 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents per tonne of recycled asphalt. For the future streets, this is approximately 9 tonnes of CO2e. Extending the lifespan of asphalt can cut this further. For example, extending the lifetime from 20 to 40 years, then recycling it reduces the carbon footprint from around 2.5 kilograms of CO2e per tonne of asphalt per year to just 700 grams. Next slide, please. So electric cars are considered here for the future streets. Due to the high concentration of embodied carbon for the car battery, electric cars generally have a higher impact on capital carbon than petrol or diesel cars. This means that the capital carbon is around 8.8 tonnes of CO2e for a medium-sized car. For the future street, this is in the order of 13,200 tonnes of CO2e in an hour. Whilst capital carbon costs tend to be higher, the operational emissions are far lower, where 28,000 kilometres is the average break-even point when an electric vehicle starts to have a positive impact over a petrol vehicle car. So the operational carbon footprint relies on how the electricity is produced. And at the moment, it is estimated that in 95% of the world, it is cleanest to drive an electric vehicle. And it's expected that electricity production is moving towards climate neutrality. Next slide, please. Looking at bus stops, improving the materials can result in a negative carbon impact of around 166 kilograms of carbon dioxide per stop. And there are possibly more savings to be had, such as greening roofs. Assuming a stop every 400 metres for the future street results in a capital carbon impact of negative 664 kilograms of CO2e. Next slide, please. So looking now at electric vehicle charging points. This is a new component for the future street and will add to the overall capital carbon in its materials, production and electrical supply. However, the benefit of facilitating the use of electric vehicles is clear. The footprint of the electricity supply determines the operational impact, and as with other elements requiring electrical power, this is moving towards carbon neutrality. However, at the moment, it's estimated to equate to approximately 40 grams of CO2 per kilometre driven by an electric vehicle. Next slide, please. So street furniture varies, but taking a simple bench as an example, using wooden benches has enormous benefit to the overall capital carbon on the future street. It's estimated that the impact is negative 113.5 kilograms of carbon dioxide per bench, which for the future street is about negative 1.33 tonnes of carbon. Next slide, please. So underground utilities, the material choice is fairly restricted by the functional technical capabilities of each service. However, there are improvements to be had. For example, broadband is already moving from copper to fibre optic in many places. This allows for a reduction of exchanges and less heat being produced, meaning less cooling is needed and thus less energy is spent. An extraction of 2 kilograms of copper needed for a 200-foot length of wire produces approximately 1 tonne of CO2e. Production of the equivalent length of fibre optic cable produces only 60 grams of CO2e. Next slide, please. So many streets already have grass verges and trees, although it's thought more can be done to create carbon sinks in the streetscape. Trees sequester a meaningful amount of carbon once fully grown and over their lifetime. Therefore, they must be allowed to reach maturity and remain in place for decades to aid in reducing carbon in the streetscape. A typical tree absorbs approximately 1 tonne of CO2 over a 100-year lifetime. Assuming trees remain in place for their lifetime, for the future street, this is around negative 400 tonnes of capital carbon. Next slide, please. Ground and air drones are a relatively new innovation, which are rapidly gaining popularity for deliveries, in particular, replacing car and van trips. Whilst there is little information on the embodied carbon available right now, an air drone is at least 26 times more efficient than the alternative mode of transport, as illustrated here. And then next slide, please. Here is a summary of the indicative values derived for each streetscape element where data was available. This demonstrates for the future streets a capital carbon value in the order of 13,000 tonnes when looking at the streets as a whole, with a generally neutral operational impact over a future 10-year period. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this thought piece is to compare the capital carbon impacts between the typical and future streets to demonstrate how savings could be made before surface level emissions are accounted for. This study has illustrated that, considering these values as a starting point, the overall capital carbon impact of the future street is likely to be higher than the typical streets. This is vastly due to the increased embodied carbon footprint of electric vehicles, which form a large part of the streetscape. However, in considering a simplistic total of the operational emissions, it is clear that there are large savings to be made with this approach through the facilitation of electric vehicles and bikes in combination with those other streetscape elements. Next slide, please. So building on this study might include deriving further information on the capital carbon costs of the missing streetscape elements, such as EV charging points, drones and utilities, as well as for buses and an underground service. It'd be useful to expand the streetscape to look at the entire ecosystem, including street-side buildings, as well as the impact on working from home on carbon in the streetscape, offset against higher energy spending within the home or third place. And final slide, please. Thank you all for your attention.
Ellen, so while you are collecting your thoughts both in the room and online in terms of asking Ellen questions, I would like to go back to the previous presentation because we still received a question for you, Paulo, from our online audience. Coming back to what you mentioned with regard to declining car use in cities and whether this actually is being a bit challenged. Is this really the case that car use is declining and what source are you using for saying that, or didn't you say that?
I said in some Western European cities car use is declining, there's evidence that it's declining. In other Western European cities it's not declining but it's starting to grow a bit less. Eastern Europe and Southern Europe that is not so visible. Other parts of the world, we have a mix of trends. But we can see that's a trend, at least in some European cities, towards these three stages. And car use in some areas is really declining, and car ownership is also declining. So we have evidence. And the previous project, involving many of the partners, also involving more, found that at least in five European cities, large European cities, London, Paris, Copenhagen, Vienna, and another one, I don't recall now, we saw evidence that at least in some parts of the city, in central parts of the cities, car use and car ownership was starting to decline, and especially among the younger generations. Okay, thank you for further clarifying. So we see different stages of development across even within different cities. You can see different evolutions. Okay, thanks a lot, Paulo. We have a question that came in online also for Ellen. Ellen, I hope you're still with us. And the question is whether you have considered freight transport in your analysis.
Not for this particular study, but it's certainly something that would be useful to extend the research on.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience present here? Yes, we have a question here in front. If any of my colleagues could assist with going around with the microphone. Henk?
Thank you very much. For your presentation, Ellen. Henk Zwartouw from the European Cyclist Federation. I saw your comments on drones. Of course, we don't really yet know what the future of drones in logistics going to be. But what I was missing was cycle logistics and cargo bikes, particularly electric cargo bikes for last mile deliveries. Have you taken that along somewhere?
No, same with freight. At the moment, we haven't looked at it in any detail, just a high-level review, but it's certainly something that's on the radar with regards to electric cargo bikes.
So plenty of things for you to continue your very interesting research, that's clear. Thank you very much, Ellen, for joining us online. And let's move on now to our next presentation. And that presentation will be given by the father of More, Mr. More himself, I would say, Professor Peter Jones, who is the scientific coordinator of the project. And he will present some of the basic principles of the project, such as movement and play street functions, streets as ecosystems, and the transitions from car-oriented cities to cities of places, indeed. Peter, over to you.
Thank you very much, Karen, and nice to see everybody here and see people online. It's nice to know just before the project finishes in 12 days' time, we've been able to meet again after a 2-year break, so that's really great. So underlying More was a set of concepts and principles that we've developed and applied through the project. Some we've developed ourselves, some we've drawn on from previous EU projects, and I just want to briefly outline them. In fact, to save time, I'll just go through them one by one without introducing them there. The first is the distinction between roads and streets. In each of our 5 cities, we've taken what we call a feeder route coming in from the national 10T network into the centre of that city. And on the feeder route, as you come into the centre, you find 2 very different situations. And we've characterised those as roads and streets. So in the outer areas, effectively you have expressways where it's essentially for moving mechanised traffic. There are very few interchanges and there are no buildings directly on the streets. They're effectively urban motorways or semi-urban motorways, and they tend to have very high traffic flows, primarily cars. As you move towards the centre of these cities, then they morph into what we're calling streets, where you also have pedestrians and cyclists, you have buildings fronting the streets, you have loading, parking, buses dropping off people, pedal and so on, people crossing the road. So they're much more intensive and interactive situations, and the volumes of traffic or movement tend to be less, and the dominance of car is also less as these other modes become more important. The second thing is picking up on a point that Paulo made earlier, that as we change up, we heard this morning in the presentation from Brussels, as policy priorities change, then the things you implement on the ground change as well. So without repeating fully what Paulo said, so historically, we heard in Brussels an example was developed to become a car city with lots of car parking and squares, wide movement corridors, etc., through to now where it's becoming a city of places, supported by sustainable transport, but with much more focus on placemaking, livability, and active traffic restraint. And this change in focus, as we saw in Brussels, and I'll give an example from London, makes a big difference on the ground. So this is just to the east of the financial city of London. In the 1950s, 60s, a big roundabout, we call it gyratory, was put in to try and maximise traffic capacity around the centre of London. You can see there's a church sort of rather abandoned in the middle there. And then 3 years ago, a big change in policy. The idea was to promote access by sustainable modes and to put a big focus on placemaking. So most of that carriageway space was taken out, and you can see there's a park there that's used by office workers and so on during the day, and by residents lunchtime in the evening and at weekends. So it makes a huge difference. And as part of that, we made a strong distinction or recognition that streets have multiple functions. Roads less so. Roads are primarily concerned with movement, not exclusively, but streets have multiple functions, and we put those under two different categories. One relating to movement by all modes of transport, and the other one relating to place. And place includes things that relate to the street as a destination, whether it's parking or loading, or people meeting friends there, or shopping, or whatever. And Transport for London, as part of a roads task force set out by the Mayor, who's now the Prime Minister, looked at the whole of London and used a three-level classification of movement and place to classify each street in London, and that determines the priorities and the balance for investment. And here's an example of the feeder route from London that goes out on the left-hand side from the central area of London out to the M25 on the right-hand side there. And the different colouring scheme there is an illustration of the different levels of significance for movement and place as we move down the corridor. And in fact, towards the right-hand side there, you'll see a little dotted line, and that's the boundary between the part of the road that TfL is responsible road for and the part that Highways England was responsible for. And this was one of the issues we looked at, the tension between the policy and management priorities by city governments as opposed to national governments. And the thing that this brings in is the whole idea of street activities, that streets as destination are brought to life, as Paulo indicated, by their social, economic and environmental presence. And here's some photographs illustrating the way that communities use streets for different purposes. We then moved on, as Ellen mentioned in her presentation, to think about the street as a whole ecosystem, so that you have the carriageway, you have the movement and street activity, beneath that you have the utilities, and you have metro systems and so on. And then on either side they're fronted by buildings, and above we have airspace that is now important for Wi-Fi and for GPS, and in future potentially will become very important for drones. And the point is that all these things are interacting in various ways. Just to take a couple of examples, there's a strong interaction between the buildings and the demand for people coming to the street, so bus stops, parking, and so on, also for loading, servicing, and things like that. And similarly with utilities under the street, then sometimes they fail, and there's disruption when the street has to be opened up in order to be able to repair the water pipeline or whatever. So lots of interactions, lots of flows, and the work that Ellen presented was essentially looking at, if you like, the carbon flows on the street. There are also financial flows, other things as well. When we get to looking at how we can actually tackle streets and improve streets, then really there are three broad levers that policymakers have. One is physical. We can actually determine the amount of space on the street that we allocate for different things like parking and so on. Also regulation, where we control which particular types of people can use the street or can park or stop at the side of the street. And there we really do those regulations based on 3 criteria. Some are based on the type of person, so a resident can use this parking space or use this street, or a disabled person. Others are based on the type of activity, so no access except for loading, for example. And the third is based on the type of vehicle, so buses only, cycles only. So we have quite a rich tapestry of regulations that can be very fine-tuned to the individual requirements of streets. And on top of that, we also use pricing quite often to regulate demand, congestion charging for traffic, or encouraging compliance with low emission, or also to look at, to control the demand for parking. And what we find actually is that these things are quite sophisticated, that when you look at a street, it's a combination of physical, regulatory and pricing measures that are used to achieve the objectives we're trying to meet. Moving on, street design zones and street design elements. Essentially, you have a building line on either side, you have a footway, you have a carriageway, but within that there are lots of sub-elements where you can allocate space to a range of different street users. And taking the idea of movement and place again, then generally speaking, most movement activities occur in the carriageway, most place activities occur on the footway, but that's not entirely true because parking and loading, which is a place-related activity, often happens on the carriageway. And equally, when we come to the footway, although it's mainly for pedestrians and street activities, most of the signing and traffic signals and things are all on the footway, although they're relating to movement. So there's a sort of complex set of interactions there. The other thing is the importance of recognizing context, that we shouldn't have a standard design everywhere clearly. It depends on context. And here's an example from a previous EU project called Artists, looking at a radial route into Freiburg, where in the outer areas, in the residential area, the street is quite wide, so there are separate lanes for trams, buses, cycles, some parking, pedestrian space. As you come towards the centre of Freiburg, the space becomes more restricted, but because place is becoming more important, it's a commercial retail centre, more of that space is now given to parking and loading, and more trees and so on. There was the case further out. But because there's less space, you have to squeeze, and the way they squeezed was to combine the same bit of carriageway for trams and for cars, but in a way that as the narrowest section is approached, there are traffic signals that give trams priority over the cars. Whereas historically, when you have a car-focused city, you would probably have got rid of the parking on either side or got rid of the cycle lanes or something like that. And finally, flexibility in space allocation. There are so many pressures and tensions on the road, but they do vary dramatically, the demands by time of day. Here's an example from one street near central London. The red shows the variation in parking activity along the curb by time of day. Loading is in blue, and drop-off is in grey. And you can see there are strong peaks and troughs. And so the point there really is, if we understand that demand varies by time of day, and also politically we may want to encourage things at some times and not others, we need to have methods of space allocation and regulation that are much more flexible and potentially dynamic. As we have more sensors, we can actually tell on a particular day what the demands are, and potentially we can therefore change the regulation and the way we use that space on an hour-by-hour basis. And we've been carrying out some trials using LED signs and road markings so that we could actually convey to motorists and other users how that space is adapting to the demands on that particular day. So that's a very quick run through some of the concepts and principles. You'll hear more later. Thank you very much.
Maybe stay with us for a second. Are there any questions from the floor here for Peter? Yes, if we could get the microphone over here. Let me, in the meantime, answer a practical question from the online participants, whether we will be sharing all presentations. Yes, we will, so you can stop taking screenshots, and we'll make sure to post all the presentations on the website. Over to you.
I think it's a small thing, but it's mainly vocabulary, but words create reality, so maybe we should be careful there. So you distinguish between footway and carriageway, and you mentioned cycling as functionality on the footway side. Maybe on the newer things, on the newer way of designing streets, we should consider, cycling infrastructure as a category in itself. Or if we are to have only two, maybe we put it on the carriageway, not on the footway.
Sure. No, I was just saying, I was giving an example. In some cases, it might be on the footway, but in the context example I used, it had its own spaces, and generally, yes, increasingly, it would have its own space, which either would be taken from the carriageway, or increasingly, it's at half height between the footway and the carriageway, so its own separate zone. Certainly, apologies if I gave the wrong impression. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have a question from our online participants for you, Peter. How far are we in developing digital twin models for streets, and would this be worth to improve designs?
That's a good question. I think there's two aspects to that. One is literally in terms of construction of the street, and in Ellen's presentation about how the future street might look. Digital twins have been increasingly used for building design and so on. I think the idea of extending that to the whole street would be a very good one. When it comes to the actual operation of the street, then we do have very good micro-simulation models, one of which will be demonstrated later on. And as part of more, that's been extended, so we not only can simulate cars, bikes, pedestrians, etc., but we can actually bring in street life and simulate street activities, people chatting to each other and so on. So I think on the actual movement and activity side, the models are getting there, but there's certainly scope for introducing digital twins more on the infrastructure side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question, but you can. We have a question also, but I will take that later on, if you don't mind, from our online participants on whether drones will be positive for urban life. But we'll be having a presentation on technologies and their impact, good or bad, later on. So I suggest we save that question for that particular moment. And now move on to the next presentation. And that will be given by Charlotte Halpern. She's a researcher at Sciences Po, and she has been investigating which policies and regulatory frameworks play a critical role in the allocation of road space, and how political challenges and opportunities for road space allocation play also an important role in the story that we're talking about today. Charlotte, over to you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed very nice to be here and to be able to give this presentation live, and not just to be on Zoom. I'm very happy that some colleagues could join us to... Yes, thank you. I put some heels, but it's still not working. Anyway, so I also want to pay tribute to the colleagues of mine who are not able to be here or to give this speech together with me, because this was indeed a teamwork. So the presentation I'm giving today on the work we did as part of more on policy and regulatory framework was done together with Paulo Anciaes, my colleague from Sciences Po, who's sitting in the room, but also with Simon Morgan from Buchanan Computing, who you'll hear later on this afternoon, Meha Shukla, and Dr. Jenny MacArthur from UCL. So the main point, I guess, I want to bring forward with this presentation is to go back a little bit to what Paulo was saying a few minutes ago, highlighting the fact that thinking about how to shift from movement towards place is not just a technical issue, it's also a political one. And indeed, it is also about how we think in terms of regulation, policy and governance at the end of the day. So in order to make this shift from movement towards place, there are a number of political challenges and opportunities that city authorities have to deal with. Some of them have to do with new demands and uses and technologies, but I won't get too much into this. Some of those challenges have to do with regulatory settings. But there's also a number of institutional, organizational and political arrangements that have to be done. And coming back to what Smet told us this morning, governance is also about making those important choices and leading in order to show what is the key direction that a city wants to do. So governance will be about ensuring coordination, and in order to ensure this coordination, you have to make some important choices in order to bring those different interests all together. So just to start and maybe to begin with what are the urban road space or the way it is being managed in the wider national and regional context. When we started working on more, I think a lot of the feedback we got from the colleagues from the different cities was to say that there were indeed lots of different ways to think about regulatory frameworks. So there's this taxonomy of regulation, as my colleague Simon Morgan would say. There's regulation about availability of the road network, about the driving, managing the curbside, so a number of different ways to think about regulation. However, within the context of the EU, even though we may think this is something that should be addressed already at this stage of EU integration process, there still are a great number of variations among different countries in the way through which regulatory frameworks are being dealt with. There has been some harmonizing of standards and regulation, but it also remains quite superficial in terms of synchronizing what the different forms and appearances to road users are. So there still are some significant differences from one country to the other. One of the cases we could find, for example, is the fact that the end of speed limit zone in Sweden is not indicated by any sign, as opposed to to the situation observed in other countries, and we may have some significant differences between the UK, for example, and other countries on the continent. The second aspect has to do with the regulatory framework when it comes to urban spaces and urban road space, is that cities have become indeed very strategic nodes for a well-functioning TEN-T network. So they're being recognized as such. However, they still need to deal with, contrasting trends, one could say. And this is on the downside of my screen. There is a graph showing the different types of trends of traffic and incoming traffic in the case of Greater Manchester, showing the different types of vehicles that a city has to deal with, in this case, a metropolitan area. And in order to be efficient strategic nodes, a well-functioning TEN-T urban node, cities are becoming more and more important in this context. First, there is a need to recognize them and to give them a greater involvement in the governance of the TEN-T network. And the second point that was made a few weeks ago only by the European Commission's Urban Mobility Framework communication is to push for a shift to moving people and goods more sustainably. And this also has some implication on the way through which the interconnection between TEN-T networks and the urban space function in practice. Last aspect of this urban road network is that it is indeed a very crowded regulatory space. And there again, when we started doing some work with more cities, a lot of the colleagues from the cities came back arguing that yes, a number of those road networks are indeed still being managed by national authorities, by regional authorities. There's the private sector, which is sometimes involved, sometimes public, private, and we have a number of different regulatory authorities. And we did, together with my colleague Jenny MacArthur, a little bit of a mapping of the different types of regulations and regulatory authorities that come into the play. And this is what we show with the graph online. It just highlights the large diversity of authorities coming into play. The two main aspects here being that shared authority and ownership is still very much what is taking place in a number of European cities, meaning that in order to think about shifting your regulatory framework towards a movement, towards a placemaking context, well, it usually needs a number of coordination across levels of government. And there is, on top of this, institutional fragmentation between those levels of government in terms of what they want to achieve as a policy priority. Policy priorities may not be always aligned between a national government, maybe pushing for a movement approach, and that of city authorities. So I'm still talking about the barriers and the challenges, but I will come to the solutions in a moment. But I think it's still important to highlight what were the number of barriers and the challenges faced by city authorities when they want to move from movement towards place. And I guess this is also why we've been working on governance. You know, we've been talking a lot about solutions and the fancy technologies, but I guess governance is really about how do you deal with the pipelines, you know, the political pipelines, the administrative ones, the budgetary ones. So this is what we were mainly looking at in this level. And there are indeed two different types of barriers that we could identify as part of more. And I think it's very important for cities and city authorities who wish to make that shift go from movement towards placemaking to have those two levels of barriers in mind. The first type of barriers have to do with strategic planning, has to do with the strategic and the planning level. In this case, the main point is to reshuffle your policy priorities as part of a planning document or a mobility action plan, for example, to ensure that car reduction indeed maybe becomes one of your main priority in a given strategic plan. There also are some institutional and organizational barriers that we could identify, either because there are some tensions between different policy priorities across levels of government, but also because in a number of cities across Europe, there still are quite weak planning capacities, and for strategic planning, more specifically at metropolitan level. So it is also about bringing all the different municipalities within one single single region, on a single line, in order to co-develop and jointly develop those policy objectives. So weak powers for strategic planning, especially at metropolitan level. And in more, we have some cities such as Budapest and London, who has long experience with that, and cities such as Lisbon, who started working on this issue a few years ago. We also could identify some political barriers which have a particularly strong role at the strategic and planning level that mainly have to do with disruption resulting from political cycles. So here again, I would align with Paul Smet. We're not necessarily pushing for more authoritarian approaches, but it's just that in a way you need to take this into account as a policymaker when you're developing your mobility and sustainable mobility planning over time. Disruption may result from political cycles. Politicians may or may not be interested in pushing these mobility ideas forward. And there also may be some issues regarding the centralization of power around the mayor's office in some cities, which means that for policymakers or organizations sitting outside the mayor's office or further out of his influence reach, then it might be more difficult to actually influence the way through which those decisions are being made. A second level of barriers has to do with implementation and the operational side of things. I mean, on the one hand, you could have those beautiful plans, those beautiful strategic plans or SUMs that are all, being nicely put on a shelf, but are not necessarily implemented. And this is where those barriers play out at implementation and operational level. And here we could identify as part of more has to do, on the one hand, with the limited standardization of policy practice when it comes to supporting new approaches to road space allocation. There was, for example, a need for more regulatory standards, but also for indicators in order to monitor and assess what cities have been doing and what progress was made. And this is what my colleague Regine Gericke from Technische University Dresden will be speaking of later. There's also a need for guidelines for delivering those measures across departments that are usually organized in silo. We can also think about limited manpower and authority to actually implement and enforce. I mean, we've heard a lot about the way through which city authorities sometimes have difficulties to coordinate with police forces in order to implement and to enforce some of those guidelines. But we could also identify at that level, so the operational level, some limitations that have to do with data sharing, for example, or with coordinating between land use and transport planning. So those barriers are particularly strong at implementation and operational level, and they also add up to those barriers that have to do to working beyond the public sector with private organizations or resulting from the rapid development of smart city technologies. This is what my colleague Meha Shukla from UCL works on, and she has been developing as part of more a lot of interesting insights about how smart products and applications or innovations and connectedness, but also smart street infrastructure particularly highlight the challenges between the rapid, those barriers resulting from the rapid development of new technologies. So how do cities make it work? I promised I would come to solutions, and this is what I like to highlight. Cities, as part of more, making work in 5 different ways. They have developed some measures, first to strengthen leadership over the way through which those measures are being delivered. Champions here are not necessarily politicians. They could be politicians, but they could also be policy entrepreneurs. The head of an administration, for example, or an integrated transport agency, as we could see in Budapest or in London or in the case of Malmö. They also reshuffle their administrative structures. There's a lot of administrative reforms coming in here. It's not such a sexy theme, but sometimes it is something you have to do. If you want to push this agenda further, you need to accumulate policy resources, bring them under a single roof, and go through this important administrative reform, either at city level or at metropolitan level, in order to push for capacity building in a more structured way. Cities have also developed some design standards and indicators in order to strengthen the capacity at implementation and operational level, using national guidance materials on urban street design, as well as context-specific design. They also engage widely with their citizens and stakeholders groups in order to develop either some formalized or some informal space for dialogue with a variety of stakeholders, and this is where the work done by our colleagues from EIP comes into place. And they've also been developing some standards and international networking, one of them being to engage in EU networks in order to push for this agenda and to get some new ideas and best practice and engage in peer learning in order to strengthen their ability to work. So those are 5 of the different ways through which cities in more have been achieving this shift or are on the path to working on this. And I would like to finish with, this is my final slide. We tried here with my colleagues to summarize, what would it take for cities to become an urban street space manager? What does it take for a city in terms of governance? Well, we identified as part of MORE that it takes 4 different things. First is to maximize the opportunities and to minimize the risk by mainly drawing on your stakeholders' dialogue spaces. The second way is to take local initiative, a political act, to actively shift to placemaking. And this is where a number of experiments could lead the way, or some more overwhelming reforms. They can also adopt sustainable urban mobility policies, and this is what cities in more have been doing in Budapest, in Constanta, in London, in order to push for this agenda further. And finally, they can also draw on regulation in order to innovate and change what they're doing as part of parking, charging and enforcement, what they're doing in terms of congestion charging, London being a good example, and Lisbon as part of its shared mobility operators, working together with them in order to develop a new way to think about placemaking in the urban center. So I guess the conclusion on the positive side from this side of the work done as part of MORE is that there are a number of ways for cities to become active urban street space managers, to actually develop these policies, and we highlighted those 5 different factors and highlight what could be a good strategy. So I very much hope this will inspire other cities in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Charlotte, any questions from the audience here? All clear? Oh, I'm receiving a massive text from Francesco. So let me check. The sound is with echo and hard to understand. What can I do? Okay, nice presentation. I'm just reading what I see here. Okay, yes. We have a question here while I'm figuring out what's coming in on WhatsApp. Yeah, but then the people online cannot hear you, so.
It's very nice presentations. I want to ask if you have any ideas we can continue work to address those barriers after the project.
Thank you for this question. So I think what we identified as part of MORE, and this builds on the work we did in the past on CREATE, actually, which was already mentioned before, is to think about those 5 different factors or ways to push for cities to move forward. And I think this is where it becomes quite difficult to actually set one best way for each city to do it. I mean, you don't want to go to cities and tell them, you have to reshuffle your entire city department and the way it works, or maybe you need to organize yourself at the metropolitan level. So what we're doing here is to set 5 different ways through which cities may achieve this goal. Some of them may go for the administrative and the institutional solutions. Others may prefer the political one if there is a change in the political majority, for example. Or in some cases, as we also identified as part of CREATE project, it could also be through experimentation and leading by example that cities could lead forward. So those would be the different ways through which we push for cities to scale up and also to address some of the challenges at the EU level.
In the meantime, I've been able to collect or extract the questions addressed to you here on the chat. So Pascal Smet that he wants to make people dream. What type of governance model do you recommend to achieve this goal? Is it enough to have a vision?
Okay. I'll take the second one first. It is definitely not enough to have a vision. I think this is what comes out of the work we did on MORE. You need to have a vision, but also to have a vision on how to implement it. And I guess implementation really is the key. So it's implementation, it's also about enforcing. This is really at the operational level. What do you do when you have those great objectives and you have this big implementation gap? You definitely need to have a vision on how you're going to develop this. And this is something we're working on at the moment. Colleagues from UCL as part of a project called SUM+, Civitas SUM+, where we're also looking at how this implementation strategy could follow. So that's one. So vision, no, it's not enough. And for the first one, in terms of a governance model, I think what we show as part of MORE is that there are as many ways to address this governance issue than there are cities. I guess cities have to find their own way, and this is sort of a difficult answer to give, and I'm sorry I can't have a more easy one. There is no easy recipe to add with this, but I think that between the 5 different approaches that we identify as part of MORE, there certainly are one that could inspire cities to actually do it. I don't know if anyone would dream about an administrative reform, but sometimes that's just what you have to do.
Yes, definitely. A point I would like to pick up on in terms of a question raised here is interaction and the different competences across different levels of government. And sometimes we see that there is a competence on the national level that actually should be with a local level for cities to be able to act. For example, in Germany, they cannot introduce 30 km per hour themselves, the cities. This is with the national level. How do you look at that and the friction maybe sometimes and how to resolve that or address that?
Let me maybe draw a little bit on the cases that we had as part of MORE. I can talk about the cities where I live and work, which is Paris. I think Paris is an excellent case of those cities that have very, very limited competence some 30 years ago and that engage in a systematic institutional battle over time with the national government in order to gain more competences, regardless of the political majority that was in power, as a matter of fact. So it's interesting to see that this case was really, cities going hard to develop new rights and new competences against the national state. So we have to see this as a process. It is not just one shot. It is really a long-term process, and in MORE as well, we could see that over time, if we think about the case of London, if we think about the case of Lisbon, if we think about Malmö, Constanta, if we think about city of Budapest also, it is a long-term period, and as part of MORE, we didn't just look at the last battle, so the one that took place last year, but we put our analysis back into a 10-years-long perspective in order to show that this is indeed a process, and there is always room for maneuver to negotiate more development. So this would be my answer to that.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. We have a few more questions, but not enough time. So as we have still 2 presentations to go, I'd like to go to the next one, which will be looking at actually who is using the streets and for what purpose. And for that, we are going to Dresden with Professor Regine Gericke and her team. They have been looking into those questions. Good morning, Dresden. That's my Eurovision moment. Hi, Regine. I hope you're well.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you for joining us online. So over to you to tell us a bit more about what I just mentioned.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I would like to take up now all the abstract concepts that have been introduced before, and I would like to invite you to have a look at the streets and at the current user groups and patterns of street use. Next slide, please. Of course, my presentation is also based on the abstract concepts that we have heard about before. So let's have a look at this street as an example. And then let's look who are the movement users, the place users, as Peter Jones has introduced the system that we used in MORE. What about my voice? Can you hear this well?
Sound into the microphone, so I don't know if it's too close to your mouth. I don't know what the recommendation is from the technicians. Yeah, a bit further away from your mouth, yes.
It's better now?
Is it better? Can you say something maybe?
Is it better now? Hello, everybody?
A bit closer. Now it's a bit too far away, so if you could bring it a bit closer to your mouth again.
Hello, everybody? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay. So could we go one step back, please, and look at the street as it is, as a plain street. So you see a street, it's located in Lisbon, I can say it, in the very beginning. And you see the buildings, nice buildings, really nice buildings. There are balconies, there's lighting, there are shops, there are hundreds of persons living in these buildings. And then you see the street and the street users. And now we can go to the next slide and have a look at the street users. So let's start with the movement function that has been introduced before. So streets as conduits. Streets are there for moving people and goods safely, comfortably. And this sounds really simple, or as a one-dimensional target function. But when we look at the list of the different movement users that we have in urban streets, then we get an impression on how complex already this function is. So we have the pedestrians, and we can look here for pedestrians. So I tried to highlight the pedestrians that we have. We have the cyclists as movement users. So these are all these blue circles. We have the micro vehicles, the scooters, public transport, buses, trams. There's no tram in the street. Taxis, motorcycles, car, light vans, and heavy goods vehicles. We have all the persons and goods vehicles moving along the street, and we have also some street users crossing the street. So these are also movement functions. So we have here one pedestrian in the middle of the street. I don't know whether you can see it, crossing the street, also an important movement function. And then the second dimension is the place functions. So we have streets as destinations. Streets are not only conduits for moving people and goods, but they are also destinations on their own. And let's have a look at the place functions here. So first of all, there are the activities, waiting, eating, watching, relaxing, chatting, working in the public space on the sidewalks. Then we need to provide access to the buildings next to the street. We need to provide for parking, for stopping. So you see this here on the left-hand side, some parking lots, and services to be delivered to the buildings. These are the different functions in our streets along the classification of movement and place. And it's easy to see that it's hardly possible to accommodate all these different user needs and street usages comprehensively. You always need to set priorities. And the next slide now shows on how do we measure progress towards the different objectives. And we can just show the three pillars at once to save some time. So we have, again, the blue one, the movement function, the red one, this is the place function and not the movement function. And then we have the green one. These are the wider impacts. For the movement function, the target is quite simple. Moving vehicles, pedestrians, goods, persons safely and comfortably. And for the movement, for the place function, the target is really contrary. So we want to see many people staying in the street for long periods of time and doing quite ambitious place activities, such as talking to each other, which is only possible when the noise is low enough. So the indicators that we identified and more include for the movement function indicators on the quality of movement and then on the poor volume. So we also make progress when we just succeed in increasing the number of cyclists or pedestrians, for example, in our streets. And then for the place function, we have identified the indicators, just again, the volumes and then the duration of stationary activities. So you see how different the target functions are. So in the place function, in the red pillar, we want to see the people stay for a long time. In the blue pillar, we talk about travel times, low travel times, high speeds, low delays, high reliability. And then we have, of course, the wider impact. So we have heard about the carbon footprint already. We need to look at traffic accidents, safety, when we have particularly more vulnerable road users, and noise, air quality, carbon emissions, on-street crime, and public health. Next slide. When we look at the space efficiency of our different street user groups, then we can see quite substantial differences. So we see here the capacity of a single 10-foot line. This is about 3 meters for the different types of street users. So when you think 1 hour has 3,600 seconds, so every second, there comes a car, then you would have a capacity of 1,800 vehicles, cars per hour. This is the first line here. And the range is 600 to 1,600 vehicles, cars per hour here, because we have also the traffic lights. So you will not succeed in any urban street to have every second car. And then you see how far more persons we can move with the same space for the other types of vehicles. Next slide, please. So now these are our 5 stress sections that we worked on in more. So we have in each of the partner cities, we had one corridor. Peter Jones introduced them already. And you see here the maps on the left-hand side. So all these 5 stress sections are main streets. So you have high movement and high place functions, both. So these are the most ambitious and challenging design tasks that we have in the cities. But besides this, of course, there are many differences also between these streets. So this is Budapest, really close to the city center, very nice street. You see the nice buildings, also high traffic loads. Then we go to Constanta. So they have worked on a roundabout. So when we move to the next slide, then we see the picture for Constanta. This was a roundabout, and it is not so obvious from this picture, but you also have here really intense place activities. Then for Lisbon, you know this picture already. In London, the street section is the next one. So you see here again the different place and street and movement user groups. And then the last one is Malmö. And in Malmö, we had a special situation that the Malmö team worked for the design packages for a street that is not yet there. So they had to work for their analysis of the current situation with other streets. So they chose 5 so-called reference streets, and you see one of them here on this picture. So for each of these streets, we did some analysis, and 2 examples are shown on the next slides. And then, of course, the more teams in the cities, they were really actively engaged in developing design packages to change the design for these different streets. So let's have a look at this first example of current street user groups and usages with the help of this figure here for London. So you see in red the pedestrians. So people let's stay on a qualitative level for explanation. But the thicker the lines, the more users you have for each specific user group. So in red, you see the pedestrians, and you see that the pedestrians really vary in their number, quite on short parts of the sections. These are, for instance, public transport stops. Yeah, then you have there really higher number of pedestrians and place users. These are the red ones. In green, you have the cyclists. Always people moved are shown on this graph. In blue, you have the people moved by buses. And in gray, you have the people moved by car, by motorized vehicles, individual motorized vehicles. And you see that the bars for buses and for the cars are quite similar in their size, but the number of vehicles behind is obviously quite different. So we have about 100 buses in each direction on this stress section. In London, we have about 10 times as many cars on the same street section. The second example for an analysis that we did in more is for the stationary activities, and it is shown on the next slide. And this is an example from Malmö, from 2 out of the more reference streets here. And you see heat maps for the stationary activities. So the Malmö team has applied quite various tools and data for analyzing the current activities in the reference streets. And you see here 2 examples, and the darker the color here, the more people we observed in this specific street section. And on the lower part, you see a diagram, and you see that the temporal pattern of these stationary activities are quite different, even though those two reference streets are really located next to each other, thanks to the destinations, to the type of use in the buildings next to the streets. Also, the stationary activities really differ substantially in their type and their times also. So you see here the blue ones, you have really a peak around lunchtime, whereas for the red ones here in the northern stretch, the northern reference street, we have the peak in the afternoon. So it seems that people come here to the southern street to have lunch, to stay outside, whereas in the upper street here, we have people more coming in the afternoon. So this is a short overview about current street uses and patterns of street uses in general, and then with the example of the 4 more stress sections that we have investigated in the MORE project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Regine, and very interesting indeed to also see it concretely applied to the 5 city cases in the project. Are there any questions for Regine here in the audience? No questions for now. I also don't receive any online questions at the moment, so thank you very much for joining us, and say hi to everybody in Dresden. And let's move on to the last presentation of this morning. We started slightly late, so we'll be running over a little bit as well. But we really want to give the floor to the last presentation, which is equally important in terms of looking at the potential role of new technologies in the whole story and in the street of the future, let's say. And Meng Lu from DYNNIQ will be talking about that for us. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gary. Let me put this presentation from another angle, look at the future. I first acknowledge my colleagues, UCL, EIP, and also the 5 more cities who provide input, and also on behalf of the whole consortium, I delivered this report about our achievement during the project. So for people who don't know peak traffic or DYNNIQ, so we are acquired by Swarco. It's one of the leading companies. We provide technical solutions and services for cities. In general, technology is not the goal. Technology is an enabler. It is a tool. So it depends on how we use the tool to achieve our goal. Before we talk about solutions, we first need to know what are the demands, what is the current situation. So in general, we all know we are facing urbanization, that's a global challenge, and we are also, we know that the severe situation may happen not only in Asia, also in Europe, the aging problem. We also see the labor force, probably some reduction. Based on this, we also look at different users of road space, and different user groups may have different interests and different requirements. So I just want to highlight the 3 parts. So you see the seamless mobility, integration for safety, and also for environmental concerns. So these 3 parts we can see really covers all the user groups. Of course, they're all related to quality of life. And then I highlight some results we got from different cities, look at the future. So in Lisbon, they have analyzed the modal splits and also analyzed the potential decreasing of population, and even with immigration, this still is a trend. And then they are looking at the 4 scenarios, look at the tourism, look at multi-ethnic neighborhood, and also look at the gender renewal and also environmental visions. So they look at all these different scenarios. For each scenario, they have also analyzed demographic, economic, mobility, also parking pressures. For City of London, similar like many other cities, probably, we all, in the past, people always say, we make a scenario, and then we find a solution. This is our vision, this is our target, and then we reach it. Within the MORE project, we realize that the scenario is not a fixed thing from A to B. It always depends how you implement. You have a vision, you have objective, but maybe you use different tools, different methods, different approach due to the different circumstances and many parameters change. You may end up with completely different situation. So for London, this is a very innovative way to do this. They look at what is the future? Should it be an innovating city? Is it rebalancing? Or is it accelerating? So based on different let's say future scenarios, you can think about different approaches and more practically to solve current problem, also prepare for the future. Look at Malmö. It's a city, is growing, and also due to some considerations of Copenhagen situation, probably more business may also come to Malmö. Also, there's a big university there. So the city has a big ambition to look at, to plan the future. So within the MORE project, they have already think about the different options. And I don't know why the animation didn't work. I think my slide is cut. I have animation. Sorry, I skipped that part. So I just want to say we have some research results by using gating, traffic control, traffic management to enable the city to get a more, let's say, larger capacity without infrastructure investment. I look at the future technologies. I would say if it is advanced or not, but by definition, depends on your knowledge on technology, also depends on which term we use. We see a lot of buzz terms are using, just to be careful, they are not really reflect the reality. I would just to highlight three things I think really changed our life. One is industrial revolution, and the other one, when we say we go to the moon or go to the Mars, is not really from A to B. It's really generated incredible technological development. Within that time, we have robots, robotics development, we have computer science development. So there's a huge development during that period, bring our life where more comfortable to live. And the last thing is the internet. I would say it doesn't matter what we are doing, actually internet changed our life. And very funny, if you see in the past, all the innovations were funded by public, not by private sectors. Some people say everything in the past is better. When we look at one time was so primitive, people knew how to enjoy life, how to take care of the environment. When people were walking, so when we talk about technology, it's not just something, you think it's fancy or something related to electric or electronic. Actually, it's very basic. Every material we're using for our shoes, for our clothes, for our house, everything is related. So I would say basically you have a material advantage, and then you also have different modes. We all cover different modes, not only the surface transport, also look at different dimensions. Also, we want a better road space for pedestrians, cyclists, and the others. So it doesn't mean that the future will just, that's currently what we know. It really depends on how we decide how we will use. Each individual will influence the future. Look at advanced technologies we have done during the project. We're still in a relatively traditional way look at the mobility as a service. So what we can do currently, also in the future, one is the traffic control, traffic management. So the network, you have nodes, you have links. If you change nodes, that you can play a better control function. But if you change links, that means you need to change behavior. So all the group of users' behavior. So the aim, in the end, is simulate sustainable mobility. It's not just to promote just one mode or without thinking about any trade-offs. And the second one is the CCM currently discussed a lot within the European Commission, also different organizations. So it's not just a technical term to push anything. Actually, it's the key is to use technology to provide better services. And then the last one I would like to address is the physical and digital infrastructure. Without good physical infrastructure, there's no way to implement digital infrastructure. Digitalization sounds so easy. What we know from political, also organizational perspective, is a hard work. We also hope this will really help us for the future development. I myself have been working in the domain of intelligent transportation system for, I would say, around 20 years. So I would say ITS really helped us a lot. So it's not technology push. It's really look at what are the problems and how to solve them efficiently, also cost effectively, also look at the environmental situation and make people feel more comfortable and the travel more efficient. The assessment within the MORE project we have selected basically is look at the technical assessment. We don't need to go to all the details of technical KPIs. And here I will mainly focus on the user, from user's perspective, look at what social science or some other perspective, look at how people think about the future and by using different technologies. So we identified some use cases in the MORE project. Also look at from traffic management, traffic control perspective, from future mobility with more technical support, and also look at the dynamic road space design. The result I need to highlight is first, you use Malmo as an example. So when we introduce gating, is a concept that when you hold back the traffic, so to reduce the load of the density of the road. For this, we have selected one part of the feed road and also analyzed the density change and also the potential traffic flow homogeneous in this section. So that means without infrastructure further investment, you just use new algorithm or change your current control algorithm and use a different optimization method, you can already achieve something more than you expected. And look at the results. This is another illustration we did in the simulation study. Look at the Helmond city, look at the future potential to use electric public transport and also electric vehicles for freight transport. So to combine different things, let's say you use the same road space, but you have different purpose for mobility. And then we also compared with the current situation with the introduction of the new possible automated vehicle, if it is automated vote, with the EV, how it could be charged. And then look at the impacts. So results also shows very clearly if you have a better management and the impact is much large than we expected. Look at the current situation, compare with the current situation. Another example I would like to provide is how to use LED for space relocation. This was done in the lab in UCL. First is to understand the existing signs. What do they mean? Do they make sense? Also to look at reaction to the new types of signs. Also to compare with LED signs with conventional signs. And also look at LED sign, not only the fixed traffic signs, also look at if you can plot on road, what would be the difference. So this image just illustrates a huge work has been done by UCL, led by Peter. So the comparison, you can see there are advantages for using LED signs compared with the paper. There, I would say fundamentally from a technical perspective is the digitalization, the first step. So if you would have this message, digitalized message, so it's not only for the location you are using, also for people who have internet connection. I don't like the term app or whatever. App is just a program. You can do it whatever. You can use in a phone. You can also use the same. You get information, just online information. So the difference between road infrastructure we do is that if we change things that will work on the location, everyone is coming or using that space. But for digitalized information is that you get the information before you enter the space, and only for people who are equipped, who have this access, and they may get benefit for this information. So that's the difference. Also, when we change a sign or change something, that's also related to regulation, related to policy. So it's not just a straightforward, we can just say no traffic light anymore or no traffic signs anymore. And then some interview results we also did. One is look at the cities. In general, the people always say advanced technologies is considered, is useful, and also city nodes need to be protected from cars, also limited the practice for flexible use of space, and also people also address a certain level of automation could be beneficial, but should also be carefully first examined and very carefully studied. We also know there are quite some concerns about the data sharing between organizations, also security issue and safety issues. Another thing, we interviewed some experts about their view on future technologies. In general, they think the level of urbanizations through the world is extensive. So simple conventional way may no longer be able to handle. And also look at the technology. This helps to create an overview of the activities of every object in the mobility domain. Mobility policies can be changed. In general, they also think technology has helped us to make more efficient use of available infrastructure. And also ITS and internet-based services create a new business that may influence human beings' behavior. They also addressed the automated vehicle. The goal is always for safety, for environmental friendliness, and for energy efficiency and traffic efficiency, but may also create a demand change. So if you have higher supply, you may also increase the demand. Let me conclude. So advanced technologies, as I said, is not just apps. I would not say apps are advanced technologies. It's just the internet. If you use internet, you have information. And So they have changing mobility for both people and goods. We always say technology won't solve all the problems. And what is right for the future of the cities matters. I think this is a very, very strong statement. Also, we also look at the best practices towards sustainable mobility. We are also aware of the challenges. So technical maturity, there are a lot of blah blah over the future technology, self-driving, you can sleep in your car, probably not our lifetime. So technical maturity is really, we need proven. I also look at the infrastructure readiness for the future. Legislation, regulation, organizational issues that have been addressed by my colleague Charlotte just. So this is not just, what you implement is really not just the technology itself, many, many other aspects, and also public awareness, confidence, etc. So all the results you can find in our deliverable is public. So here, before I end my presentation, I would like to invite you to join our final webinar, to discuss advanced technologies, and I also plan to show you a video, the vision for how technology will help cities for the road space, for using road space efficiently, also more friendly for everybody. Also related to the concept of ISA, intelligent speed adaptation. We have talked many years. So please contact Francisco for registration. I think information is already online with this and my presentation. Thank you.
Are there any technology questions in the room? I think there's a question that is keeping you from having lunch now, Philippe. That's on you. Microphone.
Thank you, Dr. Lu, for this. And I'm struck, both in the presentations this morning and now especially with this presentation, with a big disconnect. And I'd like to ask you about that. The disconnect is that we're talking about physical spaces, street spaces, and we have a long history of understanding how to inject public outcomes into that space. That's why we regulate it the way we do. That's the way in which we've designed it, in fact, so that public outcomes are maximized. When we talk about digital spaces, the public outcome, the public social outcome, is largely absent from those spaces. Those spaces were never designed to deliver on public outcomes. They were designed to deliver on commercial outcomes. And oftentimes we add at the very end a kind of spin where we try to recapture what's the value of that. So my question to you is, we have this experience in regulating public space for public outcomes. What will it take from your perspective to actually, in digital space, re-inject that public outcome focus? How do we create digital public spaces for the future?
Thank you very much for the question. I would say there are a lot of misleading information about the technology. People always think you just implement something and do something that's digital. If it is digital, it will change. But things are not like that. Actually, we fell in traps for a lot of things. So people are promoting something, it's not really a solution really we want. So I always say that this is when we build things is to help, to enable. It's not really to push. So if you say you promote a solution that is digitalized, then we say it's a digital world. I always say the digital world and the physical world, they are connected. The digital world is really based on the physical world, based on the physical what we need, what should be. So it should not be something, a separate thing to implement or to blindly push something. A lot of things are really just due to business interest, like advertisement. In the past, the company just promote a product. but now they change your behavior, they change your way of thinking. And so that's something is misuse technology, and even misuse the term of advanced technology.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's wrap up this morning's session here. What we need indeed is the governance of innovation. We need public sector oversight, and we need to stay away from FOMO. I think that's the conclusion of this technology discussion. Now there's lunch. My colleagues will guide you to where the seated lunch will be. And I suggest we maybe reconvene 2:05, something like that, okay? For the afternoon session where you will hear more about the cities and about the tools developed by the project. Thank you very much.
testing, testing, testing. Okay, everybody, we're going to make a start. If you could come through to the conference room, please. Okay, we're going to make a start very, very shortly. If you'd like to take your seats, bring your coffees with you. To those of you online watching, I'm currently seeing some of our delegates hurrying to the coffee machine to bring their coffees with them into the room. But I think we can make a start now. I hope you enjoyed your lunches wherever you are. We certainly did here in Brussels. The chocolate tart was particularly nice. But we now have a really jammed afternoon session. And we have lots of speakers. And if we could advance the slides a little bit. Thanks. Bring your coffees. Next slide, please. So this afternoon session is all about the street design process and the outcomes from the More project. So we're going into more details. It's a 2-hour session. We've got about 10 speakers, so it's going to be really packed. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's here. Okay, cool. Thank you. So first of all, we're going to have a look at the More tools. So you've heard about them a little bit, but we're going to go into more details about how the cities have applied these tools that have been developed and validated over the last months in the 5 cities. And then after that, we're going to hear from the 5 cities and how they applied these tools and use them to help the stakeholder engagement process, the design, the evaluation, the appraisal of their street design options. So just by way of introduction, there really is a rationale for the tools that we've been developing and using in the project. Currently, there are quite a lot of gaps in street design consultation and the process of space allocation. Quite often, the options which are generated, they exclude key stakeholders and groups of the public. Modeling doesn't always capture, right now, the value of all street functions, in particular, place functions. The movement function is normally well assessed, but the place function, there is still some gaps there. Also, the assessment can be quite narrow because of a lack of tools to do full appraisal. And these gaps are made even sort of larger with the advent of all these new mobility services that we're seeing on the streets today. When I arrived at Gare Midi yesterday, there were lots of e-scooters everywhere, quite neatly grouped together, which was good to see. But it just shows that's one element of how the street space is being, there's extra demands. So there's a real rationale for this approach, and Moore has addressed this through a co-creation approach of using these tools that can better consider better the needs of more users. How do we make streets more efficient to more users? And we've done so through these 5 principal tools on the right-hand side. And at each step of the street design process, we have been applying and validating one or more of these tools. So step 1 is to identify what the current challenges are with a particular street. And to do that, we can use TraffWeb, which is a public consultation tool that you can use online. You can also get input from experts and stakeholders, as well as members of the public. Step 2 is to generate high-level design options, and that's enhanced by using the option generation tool. Step 3 is then to focus on the selected street in detail, and for that we can use LineMap to actually layer on top what the proposed new street layout would look like, and that can really help the discussions with experts on how that might best work. Then step 4 is assessing and evaluating the street options, and to do that we have an enhanced version of Vissim and also the appraisal tool, which helps on the evaluation side. And then step 5, you have a choice whether to refine the design options or whether you can take one of those options forward and recommend it for implementation. And those 5 tools we're going to hear about now in more detail, but hopefully now you can see the step-by-step approach that they help deliver. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. Paulo, again, you have the floor from UCL, and you're going to talk about the option generation tool.
Thank you very much. So this is a very short presentation about the option generation tools. And move to the next slide, please. Seems not to be working.
Have you used the...
Okay.
Okay, good.
So this is a short presentation, just 5 minutes, just showing what the tool is about. Next week, I'll present this in more detail in the online workshops. So we created 2 option generation tools, and the purpose of these tools is to come up with a list of possible road designs. A list that then we present to modelers and we present to the general public for consultation. So the first policy interventions, and this generates broad options for reallocating road space from one type of user to another type of user. And the tool inputs are the road users that should be made better off, the road users that should not be made worse off. So for example, we want to make pedestrians better off than they are now, give more space to pedestrians, but at the same time not making cyclists worse off than they are now, for example. And we also need to input the policy objectives to meet, economic, social, or environmental. Output pages, so this is a list of all possible interventions that fulfill this criteria inputted by the tool user. For example, it could be pedestrianization, it could be greenway, so different types of broad options to reallocate space. And then if we click on one of these interventions, we see more detailed information. So we have a page with 4 tabs, and in the first tab, we see an illustration of the intervention. So this example is add or have a wider median strip on the road. And then we have a short text describing the intervention, showing the types of roads where it's more suitable, the types of areas in the city where it's more suitable, also some regulations that might apply. And then the second tab, this is called Examples and Evidence. Here we give examples of the application of this intervention around the world, and also some evidence from academic studies about the effects of this intervention, who gain and who lost with this type of intervention, and also showing reference to the study that produced this evidence. And then the third page is a long table, and there's a line, there's a row for every road user and the possible uses of this road user. For example, pedestrians walking along the road. And what is the possible effect of this intervention on pedestrians walking along the road? Is it positive, is it negative, or is it uncertain or neutral, depending on conditions? And we give the reason why. And this is based on academic evidence where available, and where it's not available, it was based on discussions within the project consortium, or based on the theory. If we change one variable, give more space to pedestrians, what might be the possible impacts on other users and also on policy objectives. So there's another page, which I'm not going to show, called Effect on Policy Objectives, and then is a table like this one, but with a long list of possible economic, social, and environmental objectives. And the structure is the same. What is the possible impact of this intervention on these objectives, and the reason why. So this was the first tool. The second tool is a bit more detailed. So this produces road designs in cross-section. So we see a road in cross-section, and we see the different placements of the possible design elements. So the tool inputs here are the current space allocation, how much road width are we allocating to each design element. For example, footways, areas for walking, areas for place activities, cycle lanes. And then the level of priority to each design element in the redesigned street. So how do we want the street to look like in the future? And the tool produces all possible combinations of road design elements that fit into the available road width and also fulfill this criteria that the user input in the tool. And this is an example of the output. So each row is a possible road space allocation where each element goes, how many instances of the same element we have, and then we have statistics about the possible efficiency of this type of designs. So sometimes this tool produces many possible designs because all of them are possible, sometimes just 2 or 3 designs, but this is a list where we can start to see what is possible, what is feasible for the road. And then we can select some of these designs and present for modeling and for public consultation. So this is all for now, and next week there will be more detail and more time for questions. But if you have any questions now, and if we have time.
Thank you, Paulo. I think we'll take each of do all the tools first, and then we'll have a moment at the end to answer any questions if there are any. We're now going to have our next speaker, Robin Morrison, who's online, hopefully. He's from Buchanan Computing, and he's going to tell us all about 2 tools, LineMap and TraffWeb. And brilliant, we can see you, Robin.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see my slides okay? Not getting any reply. So I'm going to discuss
yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. I'm going to discuss the stakeholder engagement tools we developed for the MORE project. And just recapping a little bit on what Paul said earlier, we're looking at 3 of the tools. TraffWeb, which is a map-based web application for public consultation. The Street Layout Toolkit, which is a physical design tool for the collaborative design process, using a system of blocks, acetates, and scale plans. And then App, which is a road markings application for the digital representation and refinement of the designs. And where those fit into the process, for issue consultation, we're collecting issues on the current situation within the area of interest. We use TraffWeb for that. And then for design option creation, we use the Street Layout Toolkit for the workshop, and then LineMap to create a digital design. And then the design consultation, that's where we get feedback on the designs for the improvement of the area, and we use LineMap and TraffWeb. So looking at TraffWeb in a little bit more detail. So stakeholders can use TraffWeb to record issues within the area of interest and also provide feedback on the designs that have been created. And designers can log into a secure area, view a dashboard of results on any feedback they received, and then download various reports as well. So this is a view of the issue consultation web application. We have the area of interest defined in the left-hand panel with a list of streets to allow you to navigate around the area. And then the two buttons highlighted allow you to either plot an issue on the map if you want to produce a location-based issue, or provide a general comment about the area. So either button will then produce a form where you can pick a category for your issue, the time of day that the issue is in effect, and then a description of the issue. So stakeholders can enter as many issues as they like, and then at the end, they provide some responder details, looking at their interest in the area, what they do, how they interact with the area, and the modes of transport that they're interested in. And then on the reporting side for the designers in the city, they can log in, view a dashboard of results of the various issues by category, and then also get a map of the issues, displaying anything location-based, and also download reports of the data, the survey data itself. So once we've gathered the issues and with other inputs, we then move on to use the street layout toolkit. So this is the physical design toolkit. And what it does is it enables stakeholders, such as residents and business owners, to collaborate in the design process at workshops. And stakeholders can try out different combinations of street design elements on scale plans, using coloured blocks and acetates. So looking at the components of the kit, so that would consist of a street plan of the area of interest at a fixed scale, 1 to 200, showing the road layout and existing buildings. Blocks representing different fixed length road use items, so parking bays, loading bays, bus stops, etc. Acetates representing longer or non-linear items such as bus and cycle lanes. A set of pens to mark points of details or possible changes in curb. And then a set of stickers to fix the design that's been created by the blocks. So this is a close-up shot of the components, the blocks. So in terms of process, the stakeholders would be invited to a design workshop, given a briefing on the current conditions, such as the existing traffic regulations and also what issues have been identified within the area, and then possibly divided into different groups. If it's a particularly large area of interest, different groups could concentrate on different sections of the area. And then looking at, this is a shot of the workshop in action. So also taken into consideration would be any fixed conditions and fixed space, so building lines. Some curb lines may be fixed, some may be able to be moved. And areas that are prohibited, for instance, areas around junctions where you wouldn't want to put parking, etc. And so given this information, the stakeholders would then produce designs for the remaining space using the blocks and acetates. So once the group has reached an agreement, the design is then fixed using stickers and annotated. And from this point, we would then move on to LineMap to produce a digital representation of this design. So LineMap is a map-based road marking design tool based in the cloud. Designers can produce digital representations of the designs created during the workshops with the street layout toolkit. And designs can either be displayed as the blocks, as we've already seen with the physical toolkit, or converted into accurate road markings. These digital designs can then be published to TraffWeb for consultation, and also the road markings themselves, they can be exported to Vissim to add extra detail as an overlay for the modelling process. So here's a screenshot of LineMap. On the left-hand side, we have an explorer containing a library of road markings. And then we've added to that a set of blocks, which basically mirror what you get with the physical toolkit. We have an interactive map where all the design creation takes place. And I'll be discussing that in the workshop next week. So here we have the block style view of the designs. And this can then be converted into accurate road markings. Once you have your road markings, you can then add further detail, such as direction arrows, road text, etc., to your design. So we have two different views of our design now in digital form, and these can be published then to TraffWeb for feedback on our new design. So this is a view of the blocks in the TraffWeb application. We have a legend down one side. And this produces a good high-level view of the design. Otherwise, looking at road markings at this scale, you wouldn't really be able to work out what was going on. And then if you zoom in, you can switch to the road markings design to get an idea of the detail on street. We then have a survey this time, which then takes you into a survey about how you feel about the design survey, and fill out various forms, and then again some details about your interest in the area. So again, you can access the dashboard, get feedback on this information, and then decide whether to refine the design. So you can go back to LineMap, make changes and republish the design, and also whether to go ahead with the design and go forward. So thank you very much for listening. I'll be discussing these elements in more detail at the workshops next week.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much, Robin. That's a really good overview of those two digital tools and how they can be applied. We're going to keep moving, so if you have questions on these tools, just keep them in your mind if you're online or in the room, and we'll have a moment at the end of this first chunk of speakers for those. But now let's pass over to Peter Sukennik, representing PTV Vissim, and he's going to tell us about the work they've been doing on the modeling side of things. Peter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that one to go forward? Yeah.
Thank you. I will talk about PTV Vissim, the microsimulation tool. At first, allow me to say a few words about the microsimulation itself. You can imagine that like building a digital replica of your city, and microscopic simulation can help you to plan, design, and optimize the operation of the whole transportation system. So it's a method of conducting highly detailed analysis of activities or dynamic systems. Highly detailed means that you can see each individual agent in the model, and also it has a high temporal resolution, so you see changes every tenth of a second, for example. And microsimulation is often used to evaluate the effects of proposed innovations before they are implemented in the real world. So you can answer the question, what if we remove this lane, what if the volume will change, or what if the signal plans will change, and so on. So what is PTV Vissim? It's a multimodal microscopic traffic simulation tool. Multimodal means here that you don't have only car traffic there, but all means of traffic, including pedestrians and cyclists. And it allows detailed modeling of demand, supply, and behavior. That's important fact that there are behavior models behind that. So it also allows to simulate new forms of mobility, such as autonomous vehicles or mobility as a service, so you can also consider the future scenarios. And it supports planning for large events, so you can also consider extreme scenarios. And integrates traffic control system. It's open, flexible, and equipped with powerful evaluations and high-end evaluations. So the key advantages of PTV Vissim. You have unlimited vehicle types there, not just cars, but trucks, buses, trams, bicyclists, pedestrians, autonomous vehicles, or whatever you need. It's customizable. And it allows simulation of movement in any different applications and use cases. There is inbuilt scenario manager which allows you to manage projects with multiple design options or the future forecasts or different vehicle characteristics. And of course, then you can compare the results. And the last bullet here, there's an inbuilt pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicles in single platform. This is a typical output from a microscopic model from PTV Vissim, where you can see how it will look like in a specific scenario. And as you can see, not only cars are present, you can see also AGVs, you can see public transportation vehicles like buses or trams, you can see cyclists there, you can see pedestrians crossing the streets. You can see also the signals there with signal plans or actuated signal planning. You can see passengers alighting or boarding the vehicles. You can clearly see if the space which is dedicated for the passengers or for the pedestrians is sufficient or not, how high the density will be. If there will be some queuing or not. You can also have the pedestrians waiting not only for public transportation, but just talking to someone or standing in front of the building, like you could see there at the kiosk. So, and you can equip all the scene with 3D objects to make it even nicer. Vissim offers powerful evaluations, so you can produce results. Some of them are listed here. So you can produce values, tables, diagrams, graphics, many different kinds of results, and then you can compare the scenarios, and you can also feed the appraisal tool. We didn't develop PTV Vissim from scratch within more project, but we developed a lot of important features which make it easier to build up the model or to produce the results. And if you are interested into more details, then please join us next week in the webinar. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Lovely little snapshot there. And then the final presentation for this mini session, we're going back to Paulo. It's the Paulo show today. And he's going to tell us about the option appraisal tool.
So this presentation follows the previous one. So we have the modeling. And now we bring all the information from the modeling together and also information from other sources. And we try to see what is the best option, what is the option that satisfies most needs and is better for society. So we developed this tool. It's an Excel application. It's a simple application. I'm going to show you just some basic functionalities, and next week I will explain this in more detail. So the tool has a page with general inputs, and here we define what are the options that we are comparing. So we define how much space we allocate to each design element and other elements of road design like pedestrian crossing facilities. So everything that we place on the road will be defined in terms of numbers here as inputs. And we also input performance indicators. This is what comes out from the modeling. So we have performance indicators for the movement or link function, like the volume of traffic, the average speed, delays, travel time reliability, also indicators of trip quality if available. And we can also define and measure indicators for the place function of the road, like the number of place activities, their average duration, and also indicators of quality. And we can also input some indicators of wider economic, social, and environmental objectives, like possible change in property prices when we introduce a new road design, the possible impact on the number of collisions and other indicators of traffic safety, also indicators of, in terms of physical activity, impact on air pollution, and a wide range of possible objectives. So if we have the data for this, the impact on these objectives, we can fill as input to this tool. And then the tool produces 3 types of assessment. This can be substitute assessments, so we can use one of them or 2 or 3 of these type of assessments. And the first one is a technical and political assessment. So this is a very simple way of displaying the information that was already inputted by the tool user. So in this assessment, we have a list of all the performance indicators of each option to redesign the road. And then the tool will highlight for each indicator what is the best option. So this is a very simple function of the tool. But it will also indicate the options that violate some design standards or environmental standards. Design standards can be, for example, the minimum width for cycle lanes according to regulations. And environmental standards can be, for example, noise standards or air pollution standards. So the tool will highlight all these possible violations of standards, either technical or political. Then another possibility, another type of assessment we can do is to convert these indicators in terms of money, if we have information to do that. So we have, again, the same list of the performance indicators, but for some of them now, instead of the original value, we see what is the monetary value. How do we translate this into economic terms, if enough information is available? And then we can see a synthesis of all the monetized values. We can estimate benefit cost ratios and compare options. So not all information will be displayed. Only if we have enough information about unit monetary values, we can convert the original indicators into money. And then the third possible assessment is a multi-criteria analysis. So here we ask more input from the tool user. We ask a variety of assessors to use the tool and to say what is their preference in terms of indicators. What is the weight that they place into all the different indicators? What should we rate more highly than other indicators? And the type of output we get from this assessment is the ranking of the options to redesign the road for each assessor, and then an overall score from 0 to 100 of all the options for each assessor, and then a partial score for indicators related with costs, related with the movement function, with the place function, and then with the wider objectives. So we can have 1, 2, or 3 types of assessment using these different methods. It depends on the information that is available for each city. And this is all for now. Next week there will be more detail and more time for questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, all the speakers there. Just take a little pause before we move on to the city presentations. And if there are any questions in the room about any of the tools that you've just seen, the option generation tool and the option appraisal tool, LineMap, TraffWeb, and Vissim. I have one online that I'm going to refer to, but yes, let's have a microphone just here. Oh, is there a microphone? Go for it.
Thanks. I'm Pedro from Polis. 2 practical questions. The first one regarding the tool to use with consultations, TraffWeb. The thing is, so you said there were different options for markings and stuff like that that can be put in. My question is, do you also have traffic calming measures there? And is there an option to also create shared spaces? So in the menu of possible things. And the other question is regarding Paulo's presentation now. I remember that years ago when we participated in another European project that also used Vissim to provide modeling outputs that we could then calculate in cost-benefit analysis and multi-criteria analysis. One of the issues that came up was that, as is usual in cost-benefit analysis, the time of car drivers is more valuable than the time of pedestrians, people walking, cycling, or using public transport. And my question, take it as provocation, is did you fall for the same this time around?
Paulo, could you answer that one, but up here, so you have, okay.
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. And I didn't fall for that trap, I hope. But that is the users will have an opportunity to test it. So in this tool, we use a standard set of values of time from the different countries involved in the project, from Sweden, from UK, and Portugal. And of course, those values of time were higher for car users than for pedestrians. But we also provide the tool user with the opportunity to input different values of time that will override the default values that are already in the tool. And we can experiment with different values of time and do a sensitivity analysis. What if we give the same value of time to car users and pedestrians? What will be the impact on the results? So we can run the tool more than once, testing what will be the bias of using the default values that are provided by the transport agencies. So we can provide our own values as tool users.
Brilliant, thank you. Yep, and another question in the corner, and then I'll refer to a few questions online.
I would just like to come back to the question that we received. 2 years ago, ECF finalized a project called Motive. It was doing a big research on the value of travel time. So we've done in 8 countries a data collection campaign, and we gathered 70,000 samples with an app. You can simply access it. The website still works, motiveproject.eu. The data set is open and available, and I believe that there are a lot of statistics, and there's also an open publication that can be accessed to see how all of the different road users are valuing their time on several factors, so it's a good thing from another Horizon project. Thank you.
Wonderful. No, thank you. It was a good plug and very worthy to do so. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to turn to a few questions online. This will mean getting Robin back on the screen. So I wondered if our wonderful AV team can do that. In the meantime, oh, wow, that's incredible. Robin, we have a few questions for you. The first one is from Dirk Laures. And he asks, are the building blocks an open set? For example, if a Belgian block is needed, could that be included? So I think I need to fill in some gaps there. I think perhaps he's talking about the base map on which to work. And
so we had to source different base mapping for each city. So this was different, but also the road markings, the regulations covering them, the dimensions are pretty much all different. So we had to build a set of blocks for each city, and they were all slightly different sizes with different dimensions. But we tried to build some flexibility into that by having an option of different widths for certain items. So for instance, a cycle lane could be implemented at different widths along the side of a road.
Yeah, lovely. No, thanks for that. Indeed, it was transferable to the other cities. And whilst you're there, Robin, there was a question in the room for you also, which was,
yes,
do you have shared space functionality as well?
Yeah, I think there were 2 parts to this question. So one was, do we have shared space functionality? The answer is yes. So each block can be given a sort of time that it's in effect for over a weekly period. So, for example, you could have a parking bay during the day, which then becomes a loading bay in the evening. And the other part of the question was to do with, do we have traffic calming? And the answer to that is it's a road marking design tool. So traffic calming road markings can be drawn into the design. But also we had to add some extra functionality in to allow you to modify, say, the curb or the road if you wanted to make. I think that's it.
Wonderful. Yeah, well done, Robin. You caught that very well. I hope that answers the question here. Two more quick ones. These are directed towards Peter, so you may need to find a microphone behind you, perhaps. One was regarding Vissim, how do we avoid the predict and provide issue, i.e., how do we deal with the evaporation of car traffic, and is that factored in somehow? Did that make sense? Do you want me to rephrase it?
Evaporation of traffic, the modeler Makri. So the modeler by himself can decide how the evaporation of the vehicle will work in Vissim. There is some default value predefined, but it can be changed by the modeler. So it could be lower, it could be higher. And if you put a high value enough, then the vehicle will not disappear. But you might face to other problem that you will have a gridlock in the model. So it depends on the situation. So what's the problem, which causes vehicle standing there and not moving away? But if it's a specific problem, then please give me more information about that one, or give me that model and I can have a look.
Lovely. Okay, that's a good answer. Whilst you're still standing, is there a free version or a discounted version of PTV software for organizations like NGOs for some local projects? Let's put you on the spot.
So you can download a demo and try it. That's free of charge. It's free of charge for students who are working on master thesis. There are discounts for the academic work. And if it's NGO, I don't know, I think that required a consultation with our sales colleagues, if there is a possible some discount.
Yeah, that's cool. I think whoever that was, it's anonymous. Give them a call, I think, and might be easier to negotiate than in a plenary session. Lovely, cool. Thanks for that. We're going to move on to the next half of this session, where we're going to hear from the cities and how they went about designing their streets, evaluating them, appraising them. We're going to start with Budapest, and I'm looking for Andor. Okay, brilliant. Yes, Andor's currently moonlighting as an AV assistant in the corner. So just won't be too long to our online viewers, but we're just sorting out our first city speaker. I can see movement. I think there's progress here. Wonderful. Everything okay? Okay. That's to go forward, the green one. Yeah, thank you, Andor. Take it away.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Andor Háznagy. I'm working for BKK Center for Budapest Transport. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so for online participants, I start my presentation. My name is Andor Háznagy. I'm working for BKK Center for Budapest Transport. My technical issues was I finalized my presentation with some issue about the Budapest, and somebody happened and I can transfer it. So basically, BKK is the mobility manager of the Budapest. He is responsible for every transport mode, public transport and road design, bicycle design, and so on. And Budapest is the capital city of Hungary, is an economical transportation and knowledge center of not just the country, but also the regional level. So now I would like to present the more corridor. As the former presentation said, we started the starting point at our highway. And this road goes through to the city center. It's built in the 70s, so now it's really car-oriented with several lanes, great separated intersections, and so on. So it's not so people-friendly output. You can see in the outer part there are big commercial centers and so on, and you can go to the downtown without any restriction or banning the traffic. So if you go to the western part of the country to the eastern part, we have a motorway bypass, you can see here, but most of the traveler give you this way. Let's go to the city center, which is not so good. This specific road we have analyzed is called Rákóczi Road. It's middle of the street. You can see it's a downtown of the Budapest. You can see old pictures. Now it's look like in the 100 years ago. It's built for people, for trams, pedestrians. But in the 70s, everything is changed. It was full of cars, you can see it. And we have some changes in the last 10 years, for instance, in a Ferenciek Square, which we made give more space for pedestrians, but we have a lot of work, you can see here. That's one of the several plans already existing about what can we do about the process, about the section. You can see some pictures how it's look like. As you can see, Ferenciek Square is okay, but other part of the road is mainly for car traffic. You can see 2 lanes in each direction and 1 bus lanes. The place for pedestrians is really small and narrow, and there's no place for street activities and so on. So this place is in the middle of the city, but it's not for the local people or the tourist ones. So when we joined to the project, we are thinking about that we can use the project tools and see what happened. So, as the earlier presentation mentioned, that it was a whole project. We started to identify basic data of road space allocations, especially the COVID-19 national guidelines on road design standards and so on. And we have several meetings with stakeholders. One of them met by Charlotte from Sciences to identify who's the stakeholders on the road process and what is the political and aspect and other experts of these parts. So, and identify the main barriers. Next to that, we analyze what strategies we have, the documents. You can see the 2 main city-level strategies for how to develop the city in a better way, to get a green environment and so on, like Brussels presentation in the morning, that's we want that, and we have other strategies. And next to that, we have a Budapest mobility plan with a sustainable urban mobility plan of the city. It contains different objectives and KPIs how to reach the city in the next 10 years, just the higher level. And next to that, we have already existing document on the area. And last but not least, we have a macroscopic transport model with Vissim, which is really useful for not just everyday decision making, but in the long term also, because it contains the traffic, the public transport, and so on and everything. So we can use this strategy for this model for calculating what happened if we build one road. So next to that, we're starting to familiarize with the sections. We can get a local stakeholders, we're collecting them, and after that we analyze the cross-section of the street. As I mentioned earlier, there were several lanes, and so there's several lanes, and almost the whole cross-section for the cars, and it's not good. And so we made very detailed traffic count with several intersections for vehicle types. We also count in the pedestrians, in pedestrian crossing and entry points and underpasses, and the public space activity also survived. And after that, this section has a very massive public transport lines. In the morning section, almost every day is going to one articulated buses with full of passengers, so approximately 20,000 passengers on one day. So it's really dense public transport traffic. Next to that, we use the TraffWeb tool for getting infos from our stakeholder, our local people, what their opinion about the streets, what their problems, and what can be the solution for these problems. So we have some general outcomes, that traffic calming and reducing lane is important, and installing more pedestrian crossings and so on, and planting more trees. Yeah, just one several one. And now you can see what the outputs of it. We managed this survey, the whole Rákóczi Road, not just the intersection of the street. Yeah, is it working? I don't know. So you can see where the people think about changes some thing. Next to that, we organized design days with blocks and acetates. It was really useful. It was a very holistic approach. We invited the several mayor's office, companies, and so on. So not just the BKK, who's the mobility manager of Budapest, but also the chief architect, the chief landscape architect, the Budapest Horticulture Ltd, the Budapest Transport Ltd, one of the main public transport providers in the city, and the road space maintenance company, the Budapest Public Roads also. And you can see some pictures to use these tools. It was really cool. And before we use this tool, we have several the long-term meeting that because before we use this tool, we want to get to everybody get familiar with this section. Once they they know about it, what they are thinking about it, what is the possibilities and opportunities, and in the current condition and the future conditions also. So you can see in the left bottom that now people think that it is an old man who is living alone, and it can be a really fresh family with young children, so maybe in the next years. Next to that, we're refining our outputs from the design days with using the traffic consultation results and the more policy intervention tool and road design tools also. And next to that, when we got everything, we have several consultation, our expertise of road designers, our putting our results to the existing strategies for parking, taxi, micromobility, city logistics also, and that was one of the main outcomes, that we have to put a bicycle lane, and that was a question, where can we put the bicycle lane precisely, especially when there's a public transport stop, that where can we put it on the network. So based on these results, we finalized them, and we've got next to the current option, 3 different versions for the current situations, 1 or 2 years ahead, and in the future conditions also. There's the details. I don't want to read them. I will show them the results for it. You can see the short-term outputs in the app. You can see how the roads look like now. You can see in the blue color that where we put new pedestrian crossings, in the green areas where we put some additional areas with for trees, parklets, and so on, and with the gray where we use some space for micromobility points, parking, city logistic points, and so on. That and the outcomes was in the urbanistic approach and the transport approach, and that approach is reducing lanes, traffic lanes for cars in two lanes, 1 lane instead of 2 lanes, and we keep the curb in these variants. And in the future outputs that the layouts are similar, but we put public transport lanes in the middle of the street, and because of this we have to change the curbside, the places of the public transport stops, and so on. But basically that's the tube. The section, our results didn't have main differences between them. There's Elizabeth Bridge. The new bridge is part of this section. The bridgehead and the traffic management was some changes. Next to that, you can see some modeling results from Vissim simulation. We used traffic data from traffic counting, from macroscopic models, and we refined them. We have some perceptions about pedestrians and so on, and we've got these data. You can see that the numbers and what the numbers mean. That's when we analyze the future conditions with our microscopic models, we change the numbers of the lanes, like what is at the scenarios, and we model them, that it caused a lot of traffic jams based on the models and so on. So, but we've got more space for cyclists and public transport and pedestrians also. And I've got some main messages at the end of my presentation. Next to the listening to the views of the local residents and experts, identifying stakeholders, and using this very useful more toolkits, it's really important to think the unthinkable. I mean, COVID-19 have some issue at the projects, and if you want to get a really detailed results, you have to work a lot of it. So that was my presentation. I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Thanks, Andor. Any quick questions in the room? We'll have a chance, hopefully, at the end of this session as well. If not, we're going to keep the momentum going. Thanks, Andor. Good stuff. And I thought that was a really good example of how the consultation process was very co-creationary in Budapest. We're going to move over to Lisbon now, and José Pinheiro. And did I pronounce it right? Okay, I'll stop then. Over to you, and it's the green button that does the magic.
Okay. Thank you, Paul Curtis. Did I say it wrong?
Perfect.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm not used to make presentations face-to-face now, from 2 years ago, but I'm glad to present the Lisbon's case study to you.
Stand a bit closer to the microphone.
Ah, sorry.
And you've got a TV down there.
Yeah. Okay. So, Rua Moraes Soares, our case study is Rua Moraes Soares and Praça Pava Colseiro. No, this doesn't work. So this is located, they are very important connections from the city center to the eastern side of the city, which is a very populated city in Lisbon. Actually, they are located in Lisbon we have 5 ring roads, what we like to call ring roads. And those 2 infrastructures, these 2 streets and square, are located in the 2 most inner ring roads. So they are a very important connection to the city center. But most important of all is that they are very diversified. It's not only movements, but they are a mix of place activities and pedestrians and public transport that is very interesting. Actually, for me, it's one of the most interesting streets in Lisbon because it has a mix of local street, local shops with a neighborhood life, which is every day more rare in Lisbon and I believe in most of any capital cities. Of course, it has good things and bad things. The bad thing is it has a lot of pressure. Pressure for parking, pressure for cars, pressure for pedestrians. We don't have a lot of pressures for cycling yet, but even that is increasing a lot, especially because of the delivery guys. The public transport is very important. In Lisbon, we don't have so many connections to the city center from the eastern side of the town. So it's located. We have five public transport lines and airway in each direction of 1 bus per 2.5 minutes, which is a lot. And of course, we have double parking, a lot of double parking, high ratio of accidents, most of all minor, but even that, we have serious injuries, and, but lots of pedestrian casualties. This is how the street design currently. We can see this is a typical design section. We can see that it's totally car-oriented. We have 2 lanes in each direction, 2 parkings sometimes, almost ever, and the sidewalks have 1.5 meters of width, which is very few. I'm speaking about a street in some sections that has 600 people per hour. In 1.5 or 1.6 or 1.8 meters, and we have obstacles, and the pavement is difficult, and it's a zone with a lot of elderly people living, and it's difficult, with no trees, no nothing. In the right side, we have Praça Paiva Conceiro Square. It's very, very interesting, with a lot of place activities there, people walking, people staying. It's a beautiful garden. It could be more beautiful, but it's beautiful. But it's an island surrounded by highways, authentic highways. We are speaking about 3, 4. We don't even understand if they are 4 lanes or 3 lanes sometimes. So it's high speeds and people, and with a lot of accidents surrounding the square. So we made a huge data collection. First, the easy ones, demographic. In a buffer of 100 meters around the street and square live 6,000 people. But if we increase the buffer to 500 meters, we have 30,000 people. It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of place activities. If I remember, it's 170 stores, restaurants, everything. Probably now some of them closed, but okay. And with a high demand along all day. At night, not so many, but during all day, a lot of demand. Curbside activities. Okay, now we made a huge data collection. Countings, parking, service, everything. The work of curbside activities was amazing. I believe that in Lisbon we don't have so many works. So we have indicators. The company that made the data collection was very good, and we made the analysis very good also. And we have point by point how the parking is occupied. And now I can't go there to explain. And how we see that we have load and load parking spaces and we have regular spaces, metered parking. And we have the distribution of the time there, and we see that in the metered parking, 10% of the time, only 10% of the time, the space is empty. In contrast, load and load, around 50, it's like 40 something, is occupied. But then we have the distribution of time, and the load and load, most of the people are below 30, but then we have a lot of abusive parking. And in the metered parking, normal parking, we have high rotation parking, but most of the people use it every day. It's parked. They don't remove the car. So we have countings. We are speaking in the street of, in two directions, around 1,000 vehicles. And like I said before, in some sections, 600 pedestrians. And we make shopkeeper survey to residents and visitors also to understand the patterns, how they move. And in fact, most of the users walk. It's around almost 50% walk, 40% walk, 26 is public transport, and 21 is car. So with this, we follow the process, follow the more. And we use policy intervention tool, first of all, to understand, to gather, to know, to have examples, to understand what can we use. And these provide a wide set of information, good examples, which was good. First, the normal ones that everyone says, reduction of the number of parking spaces, traffic lanes, we widen footway, and then flexible design, kiss and ride, which could be very important there. Then stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement was very good for us. Unfortunately, we don't do that often in Lisbon, to say almost never. So don't say that. So, first of all, the first interaction was TraffWeb. We use it online, and we gather 150 comments, exactly, and they make comments about it. And actually, it was very interesting, because what we see is that people are aware that double parking is a major issue. And double parking is creating several issues for cars. So maybe it's not needed. Okay? It's a problem because of buses, and it is. The parking, but at the same time, the parking was the most problematic decision here. Because, okay, double parking is a problem, but it's because we have demand. So what's the decision? Some people want to remove, so someone wants to increase, someone wants to let. So it's very difficult, and even for people and even for technicians also. So we have those kind of comments. Most of the people are complaining about the lack of quality of the pedestrian space and traffic, which is related to double parking. One phenomenon, interesting phenomenon that it has happened is that during COVID, we built a pop-up cycle lane in the surroundings. So 2 days after, we have an incredible bunch of comments saying, leave it like it is. Please leave it. But we have a bunch of people, cycle lane, cycle lane, cycle lane. It was amazing. Well, we saw the graphic was like this. Then we gathered the public participation. We organized 2 sessions on the street. And what was good is the elderly people were the most interested in to participate. The TraffWeb the elder people are digitally excluded normally. So TraffWeb was very directed to academic, to younger people, Then we have the stakeholders here in the street. Elderly people could give their opinion, could feel engaged. And it was very interesting using the blocks and acetates because they saw that, okay, this proposal doesn't fit in the street, let me see this. And we heard their opinions. Again, double parking is a problem, but the parking is always a problem. And what we saw, we had that impression already, but cycle lanes in Lisbon are very difficult. Now it's a case of love or hate, it's extremes. It's very difficult to discuss cycle lanes. So here is one of the options, an example. People asked for cycle lane, a bus lane in one direction, then parking on diagonal parking. In the above figure is the current situation. Below is a suggestion that came from blocks. This one, which I liked because it's not only focused on movement, but always also in public activities. Terraces, parking for bicycles, cycle lane, okay, parking, and within footway, which was very interesting. I remember who said that. It was a foreigner. So we also had the online sessions. The online sessions were with the municipality department, the parish council, the disabled, the pedestrian associations also. And we intended to organize these sessions to discuss the future. What could be the future? It was a mistake, we couldn't. People focus in discussing the current situation, and in certain time, me and my colleague, we gave up and let's discuss current situation. Okay. It's good to see, to hear the priorities of each department. Each department defends his opinions. So then we use line maps to test some solutions, section to section, to see it fits or not. And then micro simulation, which took me some hours of sleep. And for the micro simulation, we gathered the opinions of both public participation, some comments of stakeholders on TraffWeb, and the virtual design sessions. And of course, our opinion is also important. So, one solution that I'm not very amused, but it was one opinion, it's the precedence to parking, reduction of one lane, and have diagonal parking. The parking spaces will increase, and we have a slight enlargement of the sidewalk. Now, the precedence to bus lanes, one bus lane in each side, and the street remains the same. The precedence to cycle lanes, it's the reduction of one lane, have a refuge here in the center for trees, which I know that someone in the audience doesn't like a lot, like Mario Alves, and cycle lane in each side and parking in both sides. And then the fourth scenario, that is the parking and the trees and the enlargement of sidewalks and the bus lane in one direction. But, and then a fifth scenario that is Praça Pava Conselho. This one was very hard to simulate, and I personally liked this scenario. I think it's very important. But simulations, values, we need to create several left turns. And it's difficult, because around the square, we have a lot of connections. So we have some congestion problems around the square. And we can discuss if it's worthwhile to do this and have some congestion, even if it's enjoyable to be in the street like that. For me, it would worth to do this, but it's a difficult decision, it's true. But, okay, one thing we tried, it's not only movements. We try to, of course, this is a design in Vissim, my graphics driver is not very good, but we tried to show that we can increase public space, not only for movement, like we said, in the left is current scenario, and in the right are two of the scenarios. The footway is enlarged, and in the above scenario is bigger, even there. And we make an interlift of the parking bays, so we can enlarge the sidewalk. Of course, the scenario above, and we install benches and trees on the sidewalk. The benches is more close I got for the 3D models of Vissim, but I'm saying that we could install parklets, terraces. We have space for that, and that is important. Even benches are very important. The scenario may not be perfect, but it's an idea. And I think we have to sell that idea that to people, it's about public space, because movements is very easy to measure, very easy. But then the public space is a political decision. It's our decision to say, this worth. And the scenario above, for instance, we need a reduction of 20% of the parking. But then I can ask you, what is 20% of the parking? Because 20% less or 20% more, what is it? We don't know. Because in the street, the parking is always full. So, okay, we increase 20%, it will be full. We reduce 20%, it will be full. So, does it worth to have a public space, a better public space like this and reduce those 20%? For me, yes. So, and I'm saying this, and this is only a scenario, but I think we can work step by step. And if we show this to the shopkeepers, if we say to shopkeepers, you are going to lose 20%, they will kill us. But we can say, look at this, and in some places we are going to transform parallel parking to diagonal parking. In some places you are going to have more parking. Oh, okay, that's not bad. So if you, and I'm sure that some restaurants, if they look, okay, a more beautiful design, if they have that, they will choose to have that kind of space instead of the new one, the regular parking with double parking. It's not good. And then, yes, you can go step by step. We have some solution like this, and then we can go to the Praça Paiva Coceiro and remove. And in this way, we could improve this kind of public space quality. 1 minute. Okay. So, okay, I'm speaking about public space quality, but we also have some measurements, and we make a comparison between scenarios. And what we see is that the reduction of one lane from west to east, it still works very well. And from east to west is a problem, especially during morning, because we tried, we make simulations, and the mix of public transport with the general traffic lanes in one lane in that direction is very difficult, especially for buses. The buses suffer several delays. But in the other side, so we kept one public transport lane in that side. But on the other side, one lane is enough. So let's enjoy this, take advantage of that, and let's improve places for sidewalks and reduce speed also. And of course, we made also, like we see, design 4 as better level of service, design 3 too, and the other 3 is not like very good.
We can talk about that in the next session, perhaps.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was my presentation. I can't forget the Sandra Thompson, who is the manager of this project. If you have bad compliments, feel free and send to her.
Thanks, José. I don't know. I can just tell that you've been living this project because you're very passionate about it, and I know you've been dreaming about it as well as thinking about it in your consciousness. We're going to keep going because we have 3 more to go, so please keep any thoughts and questions for the end. But right now, we're going to fly over the Bay of Biscay up towards London and to Transport for London, and representing them today is Roisin Naughton, and I'll hand over to you, Roisin. Green button goes forward.
Lovely.
Cool. Don't forget the telly down there.
Hi everyone. Oh, it's such a novelty to be in person. So we'll take you through the implementation of the Mortals in London. So I won't go through the feeder route, again, just because Peter went through that with you a bit earlier. So we'll zoom straight into our current section under stress. So for London, this is New Cross. It was chosen as part of the AT feeder route for its high place and movement function, which stood out to us as the area with the most competing demands. So it's the most challenging area to provide solutions for. It's a 1.6 kilometre stress section, and because of its length, we've split it into 3 sections, and within each of those 3 sections, there's really changing characteristics, even within the kind of 1.6 kilometres, so that's why we've split it into the 3. So really variable road widths in those 3 sections, dedicated bus lane variations, and modal facilities within each of those. So those pictures there just give you an idea of how that changes within those 3 sections. So we've characterised there the characteristics between those sections. So in general, there's severely low air quality, which is really concerning given its proximity to many local schools and residences. There's high bus flows along this route, so it's a strategic bus route to the wider southeast London, but there's major congestion and delays for buses on this route, which results in low bus speeds, and that's mainly as a result of the inconsistent provision of bus lanes, and also really high boarding figures there as well. There's high cycling flows, which again is concerning because there's no formal facilities for cycling along this entire section. We do see cyclists on the footway along here as well, which creates even bigger conflicts because of the high numbers of pedestrians as well. We've got high pedestrian density, so within, you'll see that red square, there are 2 stations, so New Cross Gate Station and New Cross Station, and the footway flows coming in and out of these stations are really high in the peak periods, and New Cross Gate Station in particular has the narrowest length of footway outside of that station, so causing real pinch points there. There's also high levels of illegal parking and loading, and also collision hotspots for vulnerable road users as well. So I'll take you through the stakeholder engagement pilot. So we did it a little bit differently to the other cities. So this was back in the summer of 2019. Rather than kind of spamming people's email inboxes, we decided to do a face-to-face approach with the tool. So popping along to schools and the businesses along the corridor, the stress section, targeting those and interest groups, community groups as well. Taking along the tool, the web-based tool on an iPad, introducing the project and the objectives, and then asking respondents to fill in the tool while we were with them. So that resulted in kind of meeting 40 stakeholders. We got not a huge amount of responses compared to the other cities, so engagement was fairly low. But just to give you an idea there in terms of the issues that people told us about, so that was mainly parking and loading, congestion, road safety and crossings. So again, consistent with the evidence that we've got and the data to support those issues as well. Some of the main outcomes we found from that engagement, so people don't generally distinguish between times of day, we found. So when asking, is this the problem in the morning, the evening, the weekend, generally people believe it happens all times of day, and that's just because it's a very subjective viewpoint to what time they're there and when the issue is occurring. So generally the response was this is happening all times of day, when kind of we know from the data that that's not necessarily true. Parking and loading, non-compliance issues came out a lot, and again, kind of road safety and crossing. So one of the big things that came out was people's concerns that guardrail had been removed from the footway, and that then they deemed to be unsafe because of children potentially walking out into the road, though we don't have many kind of stats on that happening, but it was a concern to people nonetheless. So that led us to create our objectives from the consultation that we did with people. The overarching outcomes aligned to the Mayor's transport strategy in London. And for people not familiar, that's a target of 80% sustainable mode share by 2041. And that's using the Healthy Streets indicators to encourage sustainable transport use. So as part of that, we developed 10 key objectives. So these incorporate the Healthy Streets approach and align with the Lewisham transport strategy, the New Cross Gate area framework, which are local plans in place around there as well. So using that design brief for the design priorities and road user requirements, this led us to 2 distinct thematic areas to design for, which was place priority and people move priority. So these are 2 areas to address each of the key priorities, but recognise that there's clear competing elements of the road space that require compromise to the detriment. Oh, I'm losing my breath. Thank you. Yes, I'll carry on for the meantime, thank you. So that requires compromise to the detriment of one or the other mode when prioritised. So it was deemed necessary to achieve the greatest benefits to allocate priority to each of these modes separately when developing the designs. Oh, thank you. Cheers. It's not on the screen. Yes, yeah, thanks. So for the place priority, this refers to giving consideration to the stress section as a place, so that's considering its high priority function, and land uses of shops, cafes, restaurants, where people like to spend time and enjoy activities on the street itself. In terms of the design consideration, this not only refers to more space allocated for pedestrian activities on the footway, but also crossing facilities, so where pedestrian desire lines dictate, as opposed to where the least impact to traffic occurs, as is currently the kind of provision. So the people move priority aligns to the improved access to public transport, bus journey times, and reducing private car trip indicators of the key priorities identified in the design brief. Specifically on the corridor, buses act as the most efficient mode to transport significant numbers of people at all times of day, for which road space should then be prioritised to those buses. So just here to give you an indication, the A2 in New Cross it includes a gyratory, and that currently operates as a one-way system. But as part of these designs, we proposed a 2-way access, bus access, through part of the gyratory, hence the depictions here in the designs that we've generated between 1-way and 2 ways. So this just gives you an idea. So we're focused here on the public transport priority, so giving more priority and road space to buses. So an example, and I've just highlighted there in the top corner, what that where that location is. So this is outside New Cross Gate Station. So you'll see we've added bus lanes, continuous bus lanes where possible, extended bus stops and bus stop provision, but also giving consideration to pedestrian space outside of the station. So giving consideration to queuing for pedestrians who might be interchanging from the station as well. So this is at the other side of the corridor on the east. So this just shows, oh sorry, I skipped there a second. So again, similar considerations, so bus stop provision where, and bus lane provision where the road space allows. So just skipping ahead to the micro simulation, the approach was taken to develop a highway model that existed already, that had been developed by TfL. And this includes bus services, cyclists, taxis, freight and passenger cars. The traffic signals coded in the model used an emulation of the Scoot system, which is used on street with the UTC Vissim plugin. I'm not a modeler, so don't quiz me on anything technical. So the baseline modelling was not revalidated once the pedestrian elements were added. And also just a disclaimer here that design scenarios that we developed are not at a stage where TfL would ordinarily consider modelling, and therefore kind of the detailed designs would need to be remodelled after this in order to consider for delivery on street. And also strategic modelling would often be required for schemes such as these as well. So this just gives you an idea, a picture image of the gyratory that we were talking about there in the central section, and how the two-way designs then change that alteration of the gyratory, which was really the biggest challenge in these designs and generating these designs. Following feedback on the designs from technical experts, the design options were sifted to those to take forward modelling. It was decided the two-way operation of the gyratory within the stress section provided the best opportunity to achieve the design objectives and priorities. It was really challenging to develop the signal strategy to minimise bus delay and journey times, even though the new signals had been introduced to provide better pedestrian results. So now I'll just take you through some of the modelling results, so specifically narrowing in here on the pedestrian density results. So on the left there, this is the current, so the baseline is the current provision and outputs for pedestrian density and level of service. And then on the right-hand side there, you'll see the PT priority results for the PM peak. So the largest difference in density is on the northern pavement of the section on New Cross Road. So the high number of pedestrians waiting for a bus at that location leads to a very high density of pedestrians on the narrow pavement in that section. So in the new design, in the PM peak PT priority, as the bus stop's been consolidated, where the red circle highlights the pedestrian. In the pedestrian place scenario, this shows an improvement in that pedestrian density, so it's improved to level of service A there, or a lower density due to the wider pavements allocated, which is a kind of a good output of these designs. Onto the average speed results, so journey times. So this specifically looks at all of the design scenarios, but only in the PM peak. We do have kind of all the results for the different time periods as well, but for the purposes of not going into too much detail here, we'll just focus on the PM peak. So the average speeds in the model show that the general trend is that higher speeds are in the current scenario and the public transport priority scenario, with the exception of motorised vehicles in place priority. In contrast to the current scenario, public transport priority and the place priority have lower average speeds in all vehicle types in the second hour compared to the first hour. And we think this is due to the build-up of queues throughout the modelled time period. Buses, so having a look at buses here, so that's that last column, in the public transport priority scenario have a higher speed in the first hour, so we're really pleased to see that. However, we then see a lower speed in the second hour in comparison to the current scenario. So this shows that the overall lowering of speeds due to queues has an impact on the bus service, so queuing from general traffic has an impact on bus services, even though we've added in lots of bus speed provision and road reallocation to buses. So the conclusion here is something we see fairly often in this, is that allocating road space to priority modes alone doesn't always provide the sought-after outcomes desired. So as road space priority also needs to be delivered alongside wider policy interventions that reduces the volume of traffic as well. So on to the appraisal results. Quite shocking here, you'll see, but I'll take you through and explain some of these. So each of the modelled options was inputted into the tool. However, just to say that the tool required extremely detailed information for the most part, which wasn't always available at the scale or the detailed level of the stress section for each of the design options. So the results of the appraisal methods kind of were treating with a bit of caution due to the limited data available to input into the tool, and also the subjectiveness of some of the indicators that they were assessed against. So if we focus on the political and technical assessment first, so that required the same inputs used for the option generation and road space design tools in terms of political priority considered for each road user and road use. So perhaps surprising to see there is that the existing road space layout and function, so that one-way function of gyratory, performed best against the performance indicators by a considerable margin as well in this appraisal against all of the design options generated. The reason for this is because the existing layout is the best for almost all movement indicators and for all modes. The other design options, particularly the place-based options, are best for place indicators, but there aren't so many of them with complete data from the Vissim outputs. Hence, the aggregate results of the political and technical assessment assumes that because of the best quantity of data provided for the movement indicators that the existing layout is best. Moving on to the multi-criteria analysis, again, we see that the tool suggests that the current layout is the best option to achieve our objectives and priorities. Again, this is due to the kind of insufficient data that we had to input for place-based performance indicators and the reduced reporting in comparison to movement performance indicators. We also did the attempted to do the cost-benefit analysis, but given the insufficient knowledge of the implementation and maintenance costs of each of the design options modelled, again, at a very early stage that the designs were at, we weren't able to predict what those implementation costs might be or the maintenance cost. So we weren't able to come out with any results for the cost-benefit analysis. So essentially, again, it uses a lot of the movement indicators where a monetary value can be applied to the movement indicators. So again, the current layout is always going to be best there, but also there's a definitive lack of data on the monetary values of place indicators, which is a major limitation. So due to the limitations, as I've said for the other tools as well, in calculating implementation and maintenance costs for design options, it was just not possible to generate any costs or benefits because there's always going to be costs for place-based indicators, but essentially no benefits because we don't have that information. So in terms of conclusions, just to reiterate, reallocating road space to prioritise certain modes doesn't always result in the anticipated benefits for that mode, as the Vissim modelling results showed, and that's because the priorities need to be delivered in conjunction with wider policy interventions. And then there's also a definitive lack of data on the monetary values and benefits of place-based indicators, which is a major limitation with current appraisal methodologies. Just finally, to conclude on the tools, we weren't able to test the engagement tools as we would have liked to in terms of the blocks and acetates to generate the designs, so it's difficult to draw conclusions on the effectiveness of those. We found it, so because we generated the designs with technical professionals within TfL, we found that it was often overwhelming to present professionals with a blank piece of paper and say, create a design, just because of the knowledge and the expertise in the room almost hinders the generation of kind of adding thoughts and designs onto paper that everyone could agree on. Again, thinking about the appraisal tool, so it requires very big assumptions to be made on very concept designs, so at the stage at which they are generated, which then potentially compromises the results in terms of taking those forward, and just the very detailed information that's required for a lot of those, again, the concept stage at which the designs are at. For Vissim, it was really useful from a non-technical perspective to be able to evaluate and see on a page the impacts for both pedestrians and vehicles in one model. And it definitely aligned well with other initiatives that are being undertaken by TfL, particularly for modelling areas. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Bravo. That's right. Thanks, Roisin. Really good work there in London. And yeah, I remember anecdotally you saying when you had a workshop with experts within TfL, you had experts representing buses, walking, cycling, signalling, and it led to a very not heated debate, but there was lots of opinions voiced over the table. Good. We're going to keep going, and we're going remote again, off to, now I feel like I'm on Eurovision, to Constanta. So we're flying over to the Black Sea, and hopefully George Lupascu is waiting for us at the end of the line. Yes. Hello, George. We can see you.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
If you
Straight
could,
from the straight section area.
if you could try and keep to time, or even a little bit under time, that would be amazing.
Okay, I will try to do my best.
Okay, over to you, George. Cheers.
Just a second. Okay, hello everybody. My name is George Lupascu. I am working for Constanta municipality for the Department of Development and European Funding. And I was the person in charge with the implementation of MORE in Constanta. Today, I will present you the activities that we undertook in this project and some of the results obtained. For the first part of the session, I want to present you the feeder routes, some ideas about the feeder routes and the stress section area, and afterwards to present the activities undertook. So Constanta, it's connected to the TEN-T network, the Rhine-Danube corridor through the Ice-Brătianu Boulevard and the National Road number 3. Here we make a distinction according to the MORE approach between the road sections, which is represented by the National Road. It has 1.7 kilometers. It is 1.7 kilometers long. The speed limit here it's a little bit higher. It's 90 kilometers per hour. And this part of the road, it's managed by the National Company for Road Infrastructure Administration. The other section of the feeder route, it's Ice-Brătianu Boulevard. It is 5.8 kilometers long. It is considered a street according to the MORE approach. The speed limit here it's around 50 kilometers per hour, and the street it's managed by the municipality. As you may see, the feeder route connects important areas around Constanta, like the city center, the railway station, and of course the port of Constanta. So the first activities that we undertook in MORE projects were to identify the street design standards and norms, and to see how this can be applied to redesigning the street space of the feeder route. Afterwards, we started to analyze and to understand who the stakeholders are that must be brought to the table of discussions in order to have a smooth implementation of the project. We also identified the existing data regarding the feeder route. And here we understand that we, we are lacking most of the data needed to for understanding how the road, the street is functioning. Afterward, we made the analysis of the actual street function using the link and place approach. As you may see, this map represents the movement and the movement and the function items on the street. And afterwards, we analyze the local, national, regional strategies and plans in order to see what the development objective for this street are. After analyzing these items, we understand that there are some general issues. You can see here on the right-hand side of the screen, like the traffic congestion, lack of alternative transport modes, especially for active travel, there are still some issues regarding safety and security. The infrastructure is not adapted to the needs of people with reduced mobility. Parking represents an important issue on all the length of the street, especially when we talk about illegal parking, and of course, air pollution. Having in mind the approach of the project, we had to identify an area where to focus our activity and to better understand how that area is used. And after internal discussions with at the city level, including the decision-taking level, and of course, after consulting with our project partners, we established that the stress section in Constanta to be represented by these junctions that we are call it Cora Junction. It is one of the most congested junction in the area, and you have here some reasons that made us choose this area to be our focus area. So this is an important connection point, connecting important interesting point in the city. As I already told you, it provides all urban functions like housing, health, education, business, leisure. There are around 4,000 inhabitants living inside the stress section area. There are 40 individual businesses. There are around 37,000 pedestrians crossing the area every day. It is an important transport hub for the local and local metropolitan and regional transport. There are around 8,000 public transport users a day, and of course, 61,000 vehicles per day, including here the public transport. As you can see from the pictures on the screen, the area, it's how to say, it's a car-centric area, and even the spaces that are dedicated to other road users are mostly used by cars, as you may see in this picture on the right-hand side. Most of these data that were presented earlier were obtained after quantitative data collection that we undertook in more projects. We had measured the pedestrian volumes, street activities, how people cross the streets, how many illegal crossings are. We also measure the public transport service frequency and the number of users, including people alighting and boarding the buses. And we also looked at the vehicles. Volumes, queues, travel time between junction, and also curbside activities, like parking, delivering, stopping, and so on. We also looked at the supply side data. We looked at the street geometry, the street marking, parking places, bus station crossings, and so on, including the attractions points, like schools, parks, shops, and so on. What is interesting in what we find interesting is that there are a lot of number of pedestrians crossing the area. As we can see from this chart, almost 40% of the users of this street of this area are pedestrians. Meanwhile, we started to collect some qualitative data using TraffWeb. I will not get into much detail because my colleagues already presented the tool. So the reason we had here around 26 respondents. The main issue we believe that we had so few respondents was that we used this tool during the time of the local elections campaign, and most of the publicity, to say like this, of the city was diverted to these actions. Even though the results that we have obtained using the TraffWeb were confirmed, to say like this, by a qualitative data collection that we undertook afterwards in the stress section area in order to understand the street user perception. And we used for this data survey the interview method. And for 1 day, we stay inside the stress area and interview a number of 103 people. 97 of them were residents, 61 were visitors, and 5 were economical agents. You have here some of the results that we have obtained from this qualitative data survey. Meanwhile, we also tried to start to generate ideas, and for this we organized 4 online meetings with the local public stakeholder. We have participants from different departments of the municipality, like the departments for public works, the department of land use, the road maintenance, the green spaces maintenance, and so on. And we also have the local public companies for transport and for road management, and a representative of the traffic police and the company for administrating road infrastructure. We also have colleagues from the metropolitan area, and these meetings were organized with the help of EIP colleagues. The reason to invite only public stakeholders at this meeting was to understand better how they see the issues for the stress section and for the entire feeder route, and of course what are their immediate priorities for this area. Of course, we wanted to better understand and to present to them that the road is used by different road users, and we wanted to understand what are their needs and how we can help them to accomplish their needs. We also looked at how other cities are dealing with the same issue that we had identified for the feeder route, and of course we tried to see the reaction for the exercises that we have to further do with the citizens. The local implementation team also used the policy intervention tool and the road design tool, and these tools were very useful because they enlarge our horizon and presented different policies that can be implemented for the area, and can be presented as good examples for citizens. And of course, you can the road design tools were useful because we understood that the road can be used in multiple ways. After conducting these activities, we organized the design days with citizens using blogs and acetates. We found a window of opportunity to say like this because we identify some time slots when the restriction due to COVID were limited, and some public meetings were allowed. And we managed to have 2 meetings and obtained 2 maps, but I want to say that this endeavor was very challenging. First of all, due to starting from the identification of participants to timing of these meetings and to make the people get involved in the exercises. Even though we managed to obtain 2 maps that will be further analyzed. With all this information and data on the table, we organized 2 in-house meetings with the municipality departments, the public companies for public transport and road management, and with the external modeling for conducting the modeling exercise, because we didn't find enough administrative capacity in the municipality to run through this simulation in-house. We had to subcontract this activity to an external company. And after these meetings, we established the 10 scenarios that will be further promoted for simulation and analysis. So you have here the 10 scenarios. One is looking to introduce dedicated bus lane along the whole feeder route and to eliminate all on-street parking spaces, and to keep the same infrastructure. The bus lanes will be built by taking out one of general traffic lane. The second scenario is looking to maintain the same geometry as in the first scenario, but to increase the public transport service with about 100%. That means doubling. Another scenario was to introduce the bike lanes by eliminating one vehicle lane and keeping the other elements as they are for the moment. Increasing the sidewalk surface plus reduction of speed for cars at 30 kilometers per hour was another one. The fifth scenario was to introduce the traffic light junction and keep the same street geometry. The sixth scenario was to build an overground passage for vehicle. And the seventh one was to build...
Sorry to interrupt. You've just got 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So these were the scenarios that were proposed for further analysis and simulation. Here you have the PTV Vissim result. You have here all the comparison of all the scenarios. As we can see, and as our colleagues from London said, when we try to introduce more facilities for placemaking, the modeling seems to bring bad results, to say like this. We also used the technical and political assessment and analyzed the combined scenario number 1 and combined scenario number 2. And the winning street design was the combined scenario. This was, to say like this, obtained in one of the design days with citizens. It was a little bit refurbished, to say like this, when we constructed in LineMap. But this, according to the results of the simulation and of the appraisal tool, it is the best option. It is an inclusive design and consider all user needs. It has, it is aligned with the city development objective, and it's similar to the design of the major boulevard that are refurbished for the moment in the city. So this was our activities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, George. Sorry to jump in before. No, that's really good. And I do recall how those design tools and the policy tools were very popular in the municipality and worked very well in generating those designs. Now, I'll invite Maria up next. As I do so, representing Malmö, in order to save a little bit of time, after Maria's presentation, we're going to hand to Peter, our dear coordinator, and he's going to summarize with some recommendations very shortly, in a short period of time, some main findings from the project. And then after that, there will be 10 minutes max for any questions that we have for the cities. And it means we might still finish a bit early, technically. Do hold your breath. Good. So we're going to Malmö now. This is your operative tool. And the green one is advancing forward. And just looking for the slides to come up. Normally it comes up from there, but try the green button, see if it does it. No.
The slides, please.
Yeah, okay. 10, 12 minutes? 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Oh, do you want to start with the film?
No, I am. So, hello. My name is Maria Brodde Makri, and I'm infrastructure strategist at the city of Malmö. And in my presentation, I will talk less about how we used the tool, the application of the tools, and more about the process and the results from the process. So that's maybe why I'm the last one. And before I start, I would like to acknowledge that this is a common effort. We are a group, we are a team of 6 persons that were not permitted from the authorities to come today, but it's me, it's Amanda, Per, Eric, and Maria. And even though you cannot see them, they see us. So I wanted to say that. I will start with the study corridor. And our study corridor is chosen because it has all modes of transport represented. We do have everything from train, we have a big harbor, we have almost everything along this corridor. And we chose a study area that you see here, and that is the study area of Nyhamn. And it is today it is an industrial area, but it will be developed within the coming decades, and it will become the most dense part of Malmö and maybe of the southern Sweden. So that's why we work with it. And this is how it is going to be in 20, 25 years from now.
As you saw, we don't have a current stress situation, so we had to try to find another way to work with stress sections, and that's why we chose to work with reference sections. And we chose 6 reference sections representing different scenarios. So 2 of them represent mobility streets, 2 sustainability streets that promote public transport and cycling, and 2 that represent livability aspects. In these reference streets, we did both observations, registrations, and a dialogue with both with citizens, but also with school children, and of course with entrepreneurs and shop owners. And after this, during this long process, we came to this suggestion about the planning process, because usually in cities you see we have an assignment, we make the drawings and the project, we build, and then we go to the next project. But our suggestion is to start with listening to road users and street users, what they want and what they need. And at the same time, observe how do they behave. And the third foot in this is also learning what is happening around us and how is the development going on, new technologies and so on. And with all this knowledge, then you can start generating ideas and try different ideas. And we suggest testing, not just building, also testing in a little scale and see if it works or not. After that, evaluate and then build. And in the best of words, we would like to see that evaluated as well afterwards, because then you can see what worked, what did not, and not repeat the same mistakes as we do today from road to road to road. So this is our Malmö More process. And I will not go through all these roads and the work we did there. It was a very extensive work, but here you see the road one of the roads that we consider to be a livability street. And on the left side, you see how people moved. And you see you see the cyclists, and then the pedestrians, the cars, and the lorries. And what we can see here is when the road is a livability road and well designed, people use it as it is intended. And you can see in these pie diagrams that the compliance to the recommendations is very, very good. So people behave the way we want them to behave. And I can say that these were not the results in the other streets, where we see people more acting like cowboys and doing as they have to do because the street is not made for them. So we combined these observations with dialogue with the citizens. And what we found out from these dialogues was that they preferably want to have a livable street. And that what was really astonishing was that the results were exactly the same in all 6 reference streets. What people want in the livable street is exactly what people want in the mobility street and the sustainability street. And quite interesting as well is that people in the mobility street and the sustainability street, they perceive their street in the same way. They perceive it as dominated by traffic and not by city life. And that is a lesson to take home for all of us working with sustainability streets today. Also, we worked with co-creation, and we had several workshops. We had workshops with projects, we had workshops with experts, and so on. And for these workshops, we adjusted the line map to the Malmö conditions, but we also printed a lot of 3D elements that made the process much more fun. And we printed trees, we printed buses, we printed people, children, school classes walking. And then we applied that on the map, as you see here. And it was really a success. So the results are that our colleagues, they have learned about more, and they want us to apply the more methodology in many projects. So we are going to apply the methodology both in urban planning process and also in some big projects that are especially demanding, and they want us to come in with the tools and help them. Another thing that we are going to do is we have already started with developing a handbook that is that focus on the needs of our colleagues. So we want to present something that is very easy to digest and also so they can, and reachable and understandable, so they can use the more methodology in the future. And we really hope that this is going to be something that is going to be used and deployed all over our city, our departments. So if we were to wish, we wish to continue working with streets as ecosystems. We started here in More, and I really wish to see this continuing. And another thing that we also wish is developing the further development of urban planning and the development towards inclusive planning, more use of scenarios, and also treating street users as equals, independent of their pedestrians or cyclists or car owners. So that was everything from us in Malmö. It was a short presentation because we also have a premiere today. We also have made a film about the More process in Malmö, so you're welcome to see our film.
The streets of Malmö are busy and getting busier. It's a growing city at the heart of an expanding region, the Öresund, the economic motor of the Nordic South. Whilst this brings welcome growth and new business into the city, it also means that there's an increased flow of traffic, not least from the surrounding motorways into the heart of Malmö. So how do you go about accommodating increased traffic flows and more people on already busy city streets, whilst also improving accessibility? In many ways, it's a difficult equation, not least when you take into consideration the need to improve pedestrian access and improve cycle access. The simple answer is you collect huge amounts of relevant data, you turn to the most recent cutting-edge research, and you implement scientific method when you go to implementation. But there's more.
Ett forsknings- och utvecklingsprojekt som fokuserar på mötet mellan de stora, tunga trafikkorridorerna och deras anspråk på kapacitet i trafiken och huvudgatorna och gatornas anspråk på livskvalitet för invånarna och de som lever och rör sig i staden.
Och vilka är det som ni jobbar ihop i det här arbetet?
Konsortiet består av dels 3 universitet, flera teknikföretag kända inom området, 5 städer, London, Lisbon, Budapest, Constanta och Malmö, och representanter för alla trafikslag.
Och vad gör ni i denna konstellation tillsammans?
Det är att vi tillsammans utvecklar olika verktyg som ska användas i trafik och stadsplanering. Och de här verktygen är dels ett verktyg för dialog och kommunikation som vi har testat här i Malmö. Vi har intervjuat 1600 personer, men också näringsidkare och skolbarn. Ett verktyg för mikromodellering som heter Vissim, där vi för första gången testar att inkludera fotgängarnas rörelser och likställa dem med alla traditionella fordonsrörelser. Och ett tredje verktyg handlar om samskapande. Att tillsammans, trafikplanerare tillsammans med andra planerare, att man ska kunna sitta och planera gatan på lika villkor. Och det verktyget kan också användas tillsammans med, för att samskapa tillsammans med politiker, med andra intressenter och med stadens medborgare.
Och vilka resultat har ni kommit fram till i det här arbetet?
Resultaten från att testa verktygen visar att människor vill ha till 90% önskar människor gator som har mer liv och rörelse och livskvalitet.
Nyhamnen, or the new harbour, is actually an old harbour close to the centre of the city, which is the focus now of all the research and development that's come out of the More project, which is contributing to the design of a streetscape in this new sustainable city district. Så nu är vi här i Nyhamnen, ett spännande utvecklingsområde. Vad är det som ska hända här?
Ja, vi befinner oss faktiskt precis intill vattnet här och Malmös gamla hamn är en helt unik miljö, inte bara för Malmö men även som porten till Europa och resten av världen. Helt färdigutbyggt kommer Nyhamnen att innehålla cirka 9 000 nya bostäder, cirka 21 000 nya arbetsplatser, men även annan service som kommer behövas i form av idrottsplatser, förskolor, skolor och annan centrumverksamhet. Och där näringslivet även kommer få en central och viktig del och betydelse i Nyhamnen. Nyhamnen ska även bidra till att uppfylla Malmö stads mål avseende klimatmässiga, ekonomiska men även sociala hållbara aspekter.
Och på vilket sätt har More-projektet bidragit till idéutvecklingen för Nyhamnen?
Studien av de olika miljöerna har även bidragit till att få en ökad förståelse för hur vi kan öka tillgängligheten men även attraktiviteten mellan Nyhamnens olika lägen och olika delar. Och det handlar allt ifrån att skapa goda kopplingar, minska barriäreffekten men öka trafikanternas och cyklisternas tillgänglighet och flöden i Nyhamnen.
Och vad har ni dragit för lärdomar utifrån detta?
Studien vi har gjort på Hans Mikkelsengatan har hjälpt oss att förstå vad det är som gör den goda staden, där olika beståndsdelar tillsammans skapar goda livsmiljöer och det vi vill uppnå i Nyhamnen. En viktig lärdom vi också tar med oss i Nyhamnen-projektet som kommer bli väldigt viktig hur vi bygger staden är också hur vi prioriterar de olika funktionerna och hur det i sin tur också skapar förutsättningar för fotgängare och cyklister och där vi verkligen vill skapa de här goda kopplingarna och inte barriärerna mellan de olika delarna av Nyhamnen, hur vi läker staden och stadsdelen.
Sen ska den hållbara utvecklingen fortsätta i Malmö i att cykeltrafik, kollektivtrafik ska främjas här och inte minst de gåendes trafikering av det här området, det ska gynnas här.
Så det här More-projektet kommer in och hanterar allt det här komplexiteten då?
Allt som du säger, det här är allt väldigt komplext att få ihop alla funktioner som behöver finnas i den här stadsdelen. Vi testar nu att jobba scenariobaserat med att se lite hur det ser ut på andra gator i staden och jämföra med hur vi tror att det kan tänkas finnas en bra utveckling för Nyhamnen. Just för Hans Mikkelsensgatan här där vi står.
Den här gatan skiljer sig väldigt mycket från de andra referensplatserna som vi har gjort studier på och undersökt. Och det som vi kan se här det är att det handlar inte bara om transport här utan det handlar lika mycket om vistelsekvaliteter, utrymme för fotgängare och för cyklister. Om vi tittar runt i den här miljön så ser vi att det är väldigt mycket aktivitet i fasaderna. Vi har restauranger, butiker, kaféer. Vi har gott om utrymme för fotgängare, vilket inte bara gynnar fotgängarnas transport men också näringsidkarnas möjligheter att faktiskt utnyttja trottoaren till uteserveringar till exempel. Det som vi har kunnat se här också när vi har gjort observationsstudier det är att den här gatumiljön jämställer trafikslagen. Här finns anvisade ytor för alla trafikslagen. Och vi kan också se att man i större utsträckning håller sig på de ytorna som vi vill att de ska hålla sig på. Och när vi har fört dialog med boende, besökare, pendlare och näringsidkare här så beskrivs den här gatan som oerhört attraktiv.
Så det är de här kvaliteterna som ni tar med i nya utvecklingsområden som i Nyhamnen och liknande projekt? Eller?
Om man tittar på den här täta gröna funktionsblandade staden som vi behöver gå in i när Malmö ska förtätas inåt, så är detta en väldigt intressant gata att titta närmare på och att jobba mer utefter.
Så Per, vi är här på Mariedalsvägen som till mig ser ut som vilken Malmögata som helst. Men varför har ni varit intresserade av den här platsen?
Ja, den här platsen är en av våra referensgator som vi har studerat för att få en bild av typiska Malmö-huvudgator. Den här platsen domineras av ganska mycket biltrafik. Det är stora ytor för biltrafiken. Det är ganska hårdgjort. Det finns inte mycket växtlighet här.
Och vad är lösningen för detta för att skapa en mänskligare miljö?
Det behöver vara lösningar som tittar på vad människor behöver när de vistas här också. Inte bara färden genom platsen utan värdena som det skapar för människor som behöver använda platsen för det lokala behovet. Och vi ser att till exempel cyklister känner sig ofta undanträngda av biltrafiken. Gående har svårt att komma över gatan under vissa perioder. Så de behöver gå på platser där det kanske inte är så lämpligt att gå över gatan.
Är lösning då mindre utrymme för bilarna och plats för cykelbanor och sånt?
Ja, definitivt. Den inputen vi nu får från Regementsgatan, Stora Varvsgatan och Mariedalsvägen kommer vi kunna använda när vi tittade på hur Hans Mikkelsensgatan kan förändras, hur den kan anpassas till olika lägen för vad Malmöborna skulle önska sig i staden.
Så nu är vi här på Stora Varvsgatan som är den tredje referensgatan som ni har haft i målprojektet. Vad är det ni har fokuserat på här?
Jo, men här på Stora Varvsgatan så har vi tittat på att det är en nyare typ av gata där man har tillgodosett utrymme för alla olika trafikslag egentligen. Både gångtrafikanter, cykelbanor på båda sidorna, kollektivtrafikkörfält för Malmöexpressen, men också vanliga körbanor och grönska helt enkelt. Vad vi ändå kunde se var att många som var på platsen upplevde att det finns inte tillräckligt med utrymme för särskilt oskyddade trafikanter. Där det sker konflikter, dels mellan fotgängare och cyklister, men även i mötet med motortrafik. Så vad vi behöver ta hänsyn till när vi kollar till Nyhamnen och framtiden är att vi behöver inte bara tillgodose utrymmet på och längs med gatan, men också vad som händer i fasaden och med de publika verksamheterna där, för att göra stadsmiljön och gatumiljön trevlig och inbjudande helt enkelt.
The More project in Malmö is about so much more than just trying to handle an increasing influx of traffic from the surrounding highways. It's a system designed to tackle a wide array of future challenges for the streets of the city. And it relies heavily on expansive research and measuring tools based on cutting-edge new technologies. The thinking in Malmö is moving away from seeing the streets as just being transportation corridors. In the ecosystem of the streets, all aspects of street life coexist and harmonize. Attractive green spaces, vibrant businesses, pleasant social spaces all feed off each other. What more could you want?
Thanks, Maria, and to the Malmö team for a lovely video, which summarises it very well. So time has been our enemy today, but what we'll do now is just to summarise with Peter some findings and recommendations, and it may be that we don't have so much time for questions after all. But Peter, do you want to come up on stage and any questions that you have, we can chat after this event in the coffee area, or if you're remote based, then we can respond to you by email afterwards. But let's close now with Peter.
Thank you very much. Right. What I will do actually is, because we're short of time, I think I'll very briefly touch on the fact we discussed at the beginning about the various challenges we've got, about urban streets being areas of very intense activity, but linked to the TEN-T network, and the issue about how we join up those two things I think becomes quite important. The As we've heard from Brussels and elsewhere, a lot of the street design is a legacy of mid-20th century car-based planning. And as we saw very eloquently in the presentations and in the video there, essentially politicians and the public are moving towards wanting to have livable cities based on sustainable transport where we reduce the negative effects of excessive traffic use. So I'm going to go forward, actually, and with time... I'm just going to talk through the things that we've developed. So a set of concepts and principles, up-to-date intelligence on street user guides, and the numbers there are deliverables where you can find more detail, a comprehensive analysis of institutional organisational factors, we heard from Charlotte, looking to the future about new technologies and so on, we heard from Men, and then a comprehensive street design process, which you've heard about this afternoon, with this whole suite of tools taking us through from option generation through appraising alternative designs. And then a series of case studies you've heard this afternoon, and we have deliverables that go into detail, sometimes hundreds of pages of detail, on each of these elements where you can drill down a lot further. So I just want to briefly run through the recommendations that have come out of the work we've done. What we're recommending, and as we saw in that video, to adopt the more comprehensive and rigorous approach to urban street planning and design when you're dealing with more complex and contested situations. It is data and time intensive, so it's not worth doing everywhere, but when you have real challenging problems, we really feel it can add value. And part of that is to look at the urban network, not simply in traffic movement terms, but broadly in terms of the use of the network for moving people by all modes, and also the place function, the destination element of the different parts of the street network. Going beyond that, to look at the street as an ecosystem, where the street itself, the utilities under street, the buildings either side, and so on, all really interrelate and function together. And as part of that, to avoid the traditional way of developing solutions for a specific user, this is what the bus network operator needs, this is what cyclists need, this is what lorries need. A lot of that's been done on a piecemeal basis, but really what we have to do is bring it all together, look at user needs in the whole, and redesign whole streets from building line to the opposite building line that really bring all these things together. And to do that, as we've heard, you have to build in extensive stakeholder engagement, right through from the initial problems or issues and generating options, right through to co-creation of options and so on, and then so moving beyond passive consultation. And what we found is that when you do extensively engage stakeholders, they become more understanding of different people's needs. And if they don't get exactly what they wanted out at the end, if they feel they've been heard and their views considered, you're much likely to come out with an outcome that is accepted by people and actually works well. As we heard from Charlotte, you need to reorganise governance arrangements to enable better coordination of actions among the various organisations with street responsibilities. And on Monday, we'll be having an online session from 11 till 1, looking at these busy streets as retail hubs. And we'll hear from Camden in London, where they've had to do a substantial internal reorganisation to bring these various elements of people together. We also, with all the challenges out there now about new modes and things like that, we think cities ought to be proactive rather than reactive. What tends to happen is that e-scooters come along or something like that, and people think, well, how can we regulate them? What we're suggesting is the cities actually become proactive, look at the street as a whole, say, right, this is the pedestrian area, this is an area for cycle and micromobility, this is an area for heavier traffic, and actually design performance envelopes, speed, weight, etc., for those different spaces. And then developers of new technologies and designs have to fit those. And then that makes the thing much better, and people can plan with much more confidence. As we've said, these extra tensions mean that we need to look much more thoroughly at different uses at different times of day, and the possibility of both time-specific options, but also dynamic space allocation, making use of more sensors and ways of understanding how our streets are operating, using perhaps LED traffic signs and road markings in the busiest areas. And where possible, to future-proof our designs, as we have here, looking to the future, to be responsive and adaptable to future pressures, ageing populations, new technologies, because if you look at our cities, there's only an opportunity once or twice a century to do a major redesign. So it's important to try and make it forward-looking and flexible for the future. One issue that's emerged through some work that's been connected to one of my PhD students as streets become more digitized and more connected, there are growing cybersecurity risks, which I think many cities are not aware of, and that's something to think of along digitization. We need to develop appraisal methods. This has come out from several cities today. We need to develop appraisal methods that fully recognize and value the place components of street design. For 50 years, we've known how to quantify the impacts of designs on road traffic. We know how to value speed or congestion in terms of time losses and so on. We don't know how to do that on the place side. How many more people are attracted to streets if you make them attractive? How much longer time do they spend there? What's the value to them, the society, etc.? None of that's built in. So we get that's we found with the appraisals, they're very biased towards our thinking of 50 or 60 years ago. And looking more broadly, consider the role that street planning and design can play in supporting high-level urban-wide policy objectives. I haven't got time to list them now, but EU and national levels. Because what we've become aware of is that the cities have many policy objectives led by different parts of the administration, whether it's health, education, whatever it might be. They all pursue their own goals at a high level, but in fact, most of those actually get operationalized on the ground, on our streets and so on. And that's where public reaction becomes negative because people realise a nice idea how it plays out, or there are real tensions and conflicts. And I think we can turn that to advantage and see the streets as being the places where we can try and resolve these conflicts, bring people out of their silos so we can design our cities in a much more comprehensive way. And if we look more strategically, obviously, as we heard from Matthew this morning, we've got the EU's net zero carbon strategy, some work a few months ago of OECD talking about how street design can contribute to achieving net zero carbon, and also the efficient and green mobility package, again, which was mentioned this morning, prioritising active mobility. And finally, urban nodes really are the main generators and attractors of 10T network traffic, to try and bring those things together. As we saw in Charlotte's presentation, often in cities they're planning for reduced traffic levels, whereas the national motorway networks are planning for increased traffic levels, and at some point those things are going to fall out of alignment. So thank you very much. A very brief overview of our main recommendations, and thanks to all the speakers as well.
Lovely. Thank you, Peter. I see a hand. Go on then. You were brave enough to put your hand up. Oh, I think it's here. Hold a sec. There we go.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to applaud Maria and this team in Malmö for fantastic work done. But my question was actually for José in Lisboa. You mentioned the double parking as a problem, which I think we all agree with. Then you called it a demand. And then I was a little bit shocked, if I may say, that you kind of were trapped in that idea from this demand of double parking and then all this diagonal parking and things like that. I mean, isn't that basically induced demand? I mean, is it fact? I mean, maybe it's even half of the solution, because if you see double parking, that basically means, I mean, isn't that not, first of all, is that not induced demand by the fact that it is tolerated? I mean, I'm not parking my car where I'm legally allowed to do it. I park my car where I can get away with it. So, I mean, that's basically, you double park because you know it is tolerated. So, I mean, we had it in our street when there was much of parking on the sidewalk. We forced the police basically to enforce, to educate by enforcement, and now this problem of sidewalk parking is totally gone. So basically it's an enforcement issue. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity, I think, in that the fact that you basically could park there and that there was anyhow live in the street means that you immediately can eliminate that lane for driving. So basically take that instead of as a problem, take that as a solution and say okay, every street where there is a severe amount of double parking, we can already eliminate the lane, and we have 3 meters, 2 times 3 meters, where we can do a lot of stuff with. Does that make sense to you, or am I kind of exaggerating here a little bit?
Can you introduce yourself as well?
I'm sorry, I'm Geert van Waag from the International Federation of Pedestrians, living in Brussels here.
Thank you. Well, I agree with you that I think your place.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I agree with you about inducing demand, but the problem in Lisbon is we are always speaking about law enforcement, but in reality, the police can be everywhere, and it's tolerated, which is bad. And obviously what you say that, okay, we can remove, it's not needed. Well, according with our solutions, the second lane is still needed because of buses. It's very difficult to have the mix between the general vehicles, I will say, with the buses in one direction. In the another, as I refer in our analysis, we only need one lane. So, and I defend this in the two lanes mainly because of the bus. We want to have a good public service, so I don't want to have huge delays on bus. So it's not that simple that we can remove one lane and that's okay. But what in our analysis we saw was that we made the simulation for current situation with double parking and the simulation for the bus lane. And the delays are higher on double parking situation. So the use of double parking is more harmful than having a bus lane. So we defend that we may need a bus lane because of this, but in the other direction, only one lane is enough. That's what our conclusions.
Okay, thanks, José. I knew you were dying to get back up on stage, so that's worked out really well for you. We seem to have gone into questions now. Go for it. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Klaus. I graduated in mobility last year. I had a question also for José actually, and maybe for London as well. I'm not sure what your name is, sorry. So some of the studies that you were doing, you were focusing mainly on one street or two different streets. And I was thinking about what are the advantages of doing mobility planning on a street level versus a more metropolitan level, right? So for instance, if you're designing a new bike lane, does it really make sense to put in one bike lane that's really not connected to the next street, that's further along? Because obviously you want a network that's connected. Yeah, but maybe that could be more difficult to implement. So that's my question. What are the advantages and disadvantages of doing street level planning versus more metropolitan, let's say, or regional maybe planning? Yeah. I'm not sure where to pass them.
Thank you for that. Is that an answer to the question there? Roisin, you have something to say? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'll just say myself. And that's actually what I don't know if anyone picked it up on it in our presentation, but we didn't mention cycling. And that's because obviously we had so many competing priorities on that stress section of New Cross that we just didn't consider that cycling could be one of those objectives. We couldn't achieve the quality of a cycle lane that we would need and also achieve the other objectives for buses, pedestrians. So actually, we need to look at it at a much more strategic level, and actually that's what we have done and decided that parallel routes to New Cross should be used for cycling to develop a consistent cycle network into central London, rather than the stress section that we actually did look at. So you're right, yeah, I think we do need to look at it at a more strategic level, and that's what we've definitely started to do in London, rather than that very local level. And I think some of the tools as well, we did struggle with that. You'll have seen the 3 sections in London, the varying widths and the road lanes that are allocated even within those sections make it really difficult, and within the tools for some of the options that were generated would have been a completely inconsistent network if we'd have gone with some of those suggestions, as you said. I don't know where José's gone unless he wants to.
That's good. I've just been told that we need to leave in 1 minute to get a train, which I wasn't aware of. But if the conversation, because it sounds like it's kind of starting, would you like to continue the conversation? Oh, he's leaving. I think that's. Okay, this will be the last one. I'm sorry, because we have to. But you can, of course, continue the conversation outside and find some water and coffee. Yes?
Yes. Okay.
Great.
So Right. Okay. So Peter, you were saying that we have to go beyond the transport issue and also look at the places and have to understand how to measure that and how to factor that into our considerations, technical and political, and that we are still using methods followed over the past 50, 60 years. I completely agree with you. I would add one thing to see if you agree with that as well, is that I think that for a change then, transport in our local and regional administrations, transport has to shift to be a servant to civic life rather than the default position that I've dealt with for many years, which is public space is a servant of mobility, and you can't put trees because you need the parking, you can't enlarge the sidewalks because you need the traffic, and the biggest barrier to improvements in the public realm is always that you can't do that because then we'll have congestion. So do you see that shift as possible and as coming?
Thanks. I think there's two levels to that. First of all, by looking at streets in terms of their movement and place functions, you not only have the traffic engineers, transport planners, you bring in the urban designers and the urban planners as sort of equal partners in that discussion. So that broadens it out. In some cases, the place is more important sometimes than movement, but there's a need to broaden that out. But on top of that, as we were saying, because most of urban policies actually play out on streets, whether it's to do with public health, whatever, there is a wider need to bring other people in to understand on-the-ground implications of their policies. And just to pick up on the last point, I mean, I don't think it's either or. I mean, Regine said that having done New Cross, they realised the solution was to provide a better cycle network off New Cross. But in a sense, you do have to look at the streets in detail to see whether you can fit them in. So I think it's a question of both. You need to look at things strategically, but then at the same time, you have to make sure it will work on individual street sections. So I think you just need to work in a complementary way. You nodding or shaking your head? Nodding. Okay, great.
And with that, we're really going to have to close formally, but please do continue your conversations outside or inside the room. I just want to thank everybody online for staying with us all this time. Everybody here, all the more partners, to the AV team that have done a great job, and also to Polis for organising a very lovely event. Thank you to everybody. Cheers.